what up, Dennis? Dennis, what it do, my boy? Appreciate you checking in.
Hey Danielle.
She on mute.
He said she's on mute.
Yo, yo, yo.
Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
Mm.
Check one, check two. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Perfect.
That's what's up. All right. Tapping in. I'll put them headphones on. That's what's up, dog. We getting ready. That's what's up, dog. We getting ready to get started in a second, man. We in here loading up. We in here doing what we do. We loading it up. Uh, we're definitely getting ready to get a powerful conversation going. Get one of these powerful conversations rolling in. Hey, them little jazzy sound. Hey, them little jazzy sounds alright. Dang. Let's see what this one is. You know what that is right there? You can hear me in the headphones over there?
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Alright.
What's this?
Alrighty then. The D-Roy, where you at, D-Roy? Check in. You hear D-Roy?
I am. Good morning to you.
Hey, Lynn was speaking to you.
Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning. Hey.
Yeah. So, what's your the email address? I think I'm gonna send you a link because I don't know how well you coming in over this microphone, and I'm
Okay,
on.
let me text you the address now. Here's
All right, and I just text it to me, and I send you the link. All right, folks. Now, how you feeling this morning, young lady?
I'm good. I'm good. I am ready for an interesting conversation this morning.
You ready for an interesting conversation this morning?
Yep.
All right, well, that's what's up, man. It's so I was calling this Love Free Wednesdays. And as you can see, what I'm saying, through the dynamic conversation last Wednesday, what I'm saying, I think, we're gonna have to start, I'm gonna switch the title to Love Deposit Wednesday. Hey, it gonna, so
But ain't nobody agreeing to that though.
yeah, it's just Love Deposit Wednesday. I mean, you should be able to deposit love anyway. You shouldn't be
All right. I see where you're going with it. I'm
Yeah.
here for that.
Right, you know what I'm saying? You
We
shouldn't be.
depositing love everywhere.
Yeah, you should be able to deposit love. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
I mean, like the bank of love should be open. You know what I'm saying? Like the bank of love should be open.
All right. I'm here for that. I'm
Hey,
here
well,
for
I'm
that.
glad you're here for that. I'm definitely glad you're here for that, man. So we definitely came off a big weekend. It was a big weekend,
Yes,
Father's Day.
weekend
Hey,
and
Father-
Juneteenth.
And Juneteenth, you know what I'm saying? But now I got a problem with that. Cause every time we say Father's Day, they want to say and Juneteenth. You know what I'm saying? Like fathers just can't be fathers because they fathers. Like and that, and I don't know if it's just an insecurity, that people who are not fathers have, I think it just comes from some form of insecurity.
Well, not even that. See, I'm representing Juneteenth because it's important for, our race. But no, I completely, give props where it's due to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to all of y'all.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So a little love should have been deposited on Father's Day, wouldn't you say? You know what I'm saying? A little love should have been deposited on Father's Day, I feel. So now I don't know what everybody else got going on, but I feel a little love should have been deposited on Father's Day, cause
I mean, I called my father and I said Happy Father's Day, and I text, my brothers and a few people. I didn't go all out and text all the fathers I know, but
right, you definitely. I know
The
you didn't
ones
text
that-
all the fathers, cause
I didn't text you.
Yeah, because I definitely happen to be one of them that didn't get the luxurious Father's Day text.
No, I checked in on all the ones who, I know I get those birthday messages from. I'm not a mother yet, so I don't expect the Mother's Day.
So you
Messages.
only gonna salute the fathers that have deposited something on your birthday.
I mean, to me, I feel like people aren't even, they getting Father's Day text all day. They're not even worried about it. They're like, okay, cool, another one. Okay, cool, another one. So I just wonder whether or not it's even valued, because it was only gonna be a text. I ain't calling nobody that I ain't, that ain't seed me, ain't put a baby in me. So,
That
well,
ain't
except
put.
for my dad. I call my dad.
Yeah, he put a baby in somebody.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did. Yep, all of these men, this fathers put a baby in somebody.
Yeah, they did. They put a baby in somebody. So now, why is Father's Day? Uh, why is Father's Day the least celebrated day, in your opinion? Before we just get to jumping off the deep end.
All right, we can go with my opinion first. I'm curious to know why the question's coming up, but I'll go ahead and
Because men all over the world want to know.
but do they feel like undervalued during that holiday or during, that day?
Yeah,
Or
cause
is it specific fathers?
yeah, all the Pacific fathers that I have talked to, uh, we definitely got, uh, a issue with not being celebrated, not being deposited on.
You know what? Okay, I'll go ahead and give you that because I did get a note or a message from my brother that he didn't get his breakfast. He didn't get all his things that he was expecting for Father's Day in celebration of him. So I give you that. I do know some fathers that probably don't feel valued, but in my opinion, I guess it depends on what type of energy those fathers are putting out throughout the year. Because, if they expect us to get celebrated just for being a father on Father's Day without doing all their fatherly duties, or
So what does fatherly do this, in your opinion?
I don't,
See, why would you even be talking about something that you don't even know you don't even know what the fatherly duty is supposed to be?
how I don't know. I can sit there and describe what I believe
Okay,
that they
yeah,
are.
that's what we want to know. We want to know what you believe, so we can get to talking about the theory I got at hand.
I mean, when you look at most fathers or the duties of a father, it's, to take care of their children financially, to be there presently, to attend events, social events, activities, to, do they put them to bed? Do they make sure that they're good, throughout the day or throughout the week? Do they talk to their children every day, or are they talking to them maybe once in a while whenever the child calls them or whenever they think about the child? I don't know, it just depends on the dynamic of the relationship with the children. I remember conversations that I've had before with people who said, a father's duty doesn't start until after 9 years old, or the child gets about 9 or so, you know it's a conversation to be had.
Yeah, so I didn't say that as far as duty. I know what you're going to. We going to the development of the child. So we going to the development of the child. So so men, we talking about just boys, men. I want talking about our children. We're talking about everything.
Well, that's part of it, though. If you are celebrating fathers, you're celebrating fathers for being a father, or for being present, for being that figure or that person in their life.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 20, where do you rank Father's Day?
I mean, I don't have children, so it's my Father's Day is representative of my relationship with my father. He is still here, and we do have an okay relationship. Not always, but we are okay now. But I mean, I don't know. It's definitely below Mother's Day, below Thanksgiving, below Christmas.
Okay, so first of all, where do you rank Mother's Day? On a scale of 1 to 20, where do you put Mother's Day?
I mean, I guess it depends on what we're talking
No,
about.
we're talking about Mother's Day and where you rank it. Like, it's not like
Rank it how, though?
rank it on a scale of 1 to 20. Like,
Well,
with 1 being the best, 20 being the worst. Where would you rank Mother's Day?
Well, okay, and then we speaking. I'm not a mother, so it's like I go all out for mothers on Mother's Day. Like I'll
Okay.
make sure my mom is
Okay, but where do you rank it?
taken
So
care
if
of,
you,
and
okay, if you go all out, but you don't, but
I thank her for being there for me, for being everything. Like I give back everything she's given to me throughout the year.
so
So 1 to 10, we gonna say I'm gonna say about 6 or 7, but that's only because I'm not a mother.
well, you're gonna rank Mother's Day at a 6 or 7 on a scale of 1 to 20.
I thought you said a 1 to 10.
1 to 20.
1 to 20. Okay, well we can go 16.
You gonna put Mother's Day at 16?
15, 16.
Okay, so
yeah.
on a scale of 1 to 20, they got Father's Day ranked at number 8. Christopher Columbus Day is ranked at number 16. They got Christopher Columbus.
Well, Danielle's making some good points. Father's Day will be ranked individually by each person's merit.
No. We're not finna no.
Yeah.
No.
You gotta get it how
no.
you give it.
No,
you
we're
gotta
not.
get it how you give it.
Okay, so now, and since we're saying so, I just want to put the theory out there. Danielle, I have sent the link to you, Danielle. She's somebody she ranked Mother's Day and Father's Day equally. Yeah, you want to be, you know what I'm saying?
I can see that.
That's the political answer. But you know what I'm saying? But when Mother's Day come around, getting ready to come around, you see millions of commercials, K's and etc.
I've been seeing a lot of stuff going on for Father's Day as well.
Not as much as you see for Mother's Day. You
Because
don't see
they-
no baskets on the
You
side
wanna
of the
know
road.
because they spend more money
But you-
commercially, like financially. This industry will pay more money and spend more money for mothers than they will for dads. Dads usually get what, socks?
Right. So I'm saying you don't see no baskets on the
So-
side of Mother's Day look like Easter. When you looking at Mother's Day look like Easter. You can get Easter and Mother's Day confused. So I don't know who was doing the ratings, but I just happened to read it online. So these Mother's Day, these Mother's Day things. So Mother's Day is the big day. Mother's Day is probably, you know what I'm saying? Mother's Day probably is, it's probably Christmas then Mother's Day, but they in the top.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, or it's Mother's Day then Christmas. It's one of them two.
No,
it-
I wouldn't even say that.
It's one of
No.
them two.
In terms of how people celebrate and stuff like that, I mean, most people are celebrating individually based on their relationship with their mother. Like,
So you're a Muslim, right?
no,
And so you're not Muslim.
no.
So what are you?
I don't identify with a religion.
She don't identify with the religion. So
I'm
you don't
spiritual.
You're spiritual, so you believe in a higher power.
Yeah.
So when you say your prayers, how do you start your prayers off?
Where are we going with
I
this?
just want to know, how do you start your prayers?
I want to know where we're going with
But
this.
I just would like to know, how do you start your prayers? Like, you know what I'm saying? If you're, you know what I'm saying? Like you're a Christian base, like you got a base. You know what I'm saying? No matter, cause no matter where you come, how you come, you learn how to speak. You learn how to speak English, cause you was around English people. English people speaking.
Yeah.
So if you was around praying people, whether they was, you know what I'm saying? Whether they
Well,
was Christian. So
yeah,
what
I
was
was
your
raised
base?
in Christianity.
If you were raised in Christianity, so when you started learning to say your prayers when you were little, how did you start saying your prayers?
So you're basically, what you're trying to get to is the fact that when people start praying, they usually say, "Dear Heavenly Father," or
Our
things like
Father,
that.
right?
Our
So
Father,
so
or
our
whatever.
Father. So now we're talking about the Father of fathers. So I'm
Me
saying
neither.
that. So I'm saying that, Father's Day should be the biggest day ever. Like, it should be bigger than any other day celebrated, because we're talking about the Father of Father. Even when your physical father is not there for you, you still have your heavenly Father that's watching over you and doing for you and
But then
blessing for you.
we have to decide whether or not we identify with there being a gender to
But-
the
yeah, but I'm saying-
heavenly or the
yeah,
God
that's what
or
you want
whatever.
to make the argument out of. But
No,
I'm saying,
but it depends on what you believe in.
you're right. So I'm saying, so most people that's probably tuning in today, so for most people that's probably tuning in today, and we talking about the masses. We ain't talking about individual surgery. We ain't talking about what Danielle doing in her household. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about that. We're talking about for most people that celebrate these holidays, that celebrate Mother's Day, that celebrate Father's Day, that celebrate Columbus Day, that celebrate the 4th of July. And we're going to get to that too, because I got a problem with that because you talking about Juneteenth. If we're going to pop firecrackers, we need to pop them on Juneteenth. But watch how many Negroes
Right.
get out here on the 4th of July and pop firecrackers, but they talking about they celebrating Juneteenth. So I got a problem with that. We're going to get back to that. We're gonna get back to that. You know what I'm saying? Because what are we really celebrating? I don't know. But for the most people,
Exactly.
they're talking about they're talking our Father in heaven. You know what I'm talking about? Like, so
Yeah,
we
but
talking
not
about the
everybody.
Father.
Not everybody identifies with that.
But let me say that when you say no, not you're gonna be right. I'm gonna keep telling you, you're gonna be right every time you say not everybody.
But it can go the same way with you. You're making an assumption that everybody.
I ain't making an assumption that
believes
everybody.
this.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying everybody. I didn't say everybody. I didn't say everyone. All I said is that for people who celebrate these holidays, most of these people, you know what I'm saying, have a Christian base or some kind of religious base. You know what I'm saying? Because every
See, I
religion.
can't speak on that then because I don't. It's not what I believe. So we're not going to come to an agreement
So
on
we
that
don't have
one.
to come to agreement. We just
Okay.
got to come to respect. And I'm saying
Oh,
that
respect's already there.
Well, I'm talking about for Father's Day. Father's Day should be the biggest day of them all because, you know what I'm saying? Because the mass majority of people have some kind of belief in a heavenly Father. Most religions have some kind of belief. Now, and every time you say, well, you can't say that by you, that's the only thing that you're gonna constantly say in this world. That well, as soon as somebody say something, well, I don't like a red car. Well, everybody don't like red car.
Well, no, I'm not even
Everybody
making a
don't
point.
like juice.
I'm not even making a point to say, okay, well, we can't agree. Like, it's about the fact that I don't identify God as necessarily a man, so I can't even begin to have that conversation to say, okay, yes, let's pray to this person. Let's put Father's Day at the top of the list because God is a man. I can't have that. I can't even have that discussion. And I think a lot of people who don't necessarily see God as a male, wouldn't probably believe that. I think that's kind of more of a Christian type, religious type, construct that not everybody believes in.
Okay, so you going
Christianity only makes up about 30% of the world.
Well, we keep saying everybody.
I know, but we're talking about Christianity
You keep
only
saying
making
what?
up 30% of the world.
But you
So,
keep talking about everybody else. You keep talking about everybody.
well, because we're having a general conversation.
But you keep bringing up all these other folks.
No, we're having a general conversation. So you believe in what you believe, and I believe in what I believe. So those are two different views.
I believe
meaning that there's
what-
50%, like 50-50. So
Well, I believe that Father's Day should be the biggest day celebrated ever. I believe that because most people, like regardless of your religion, your race, your background, your creed, or whatnot, look up to a higher being.
So do you believe that it should have anything to do with someone, like the type of energy that a father is putting into their duties as a father? Or do you think they just should be celebrated just because?
Both. I think they
Both?
should be celebrated just because they had to donate themselves.
I'm sorry, hold on. You said just because they had to they deserve to get celebrated.
Yeah.
How much energy did that take?
A lot.
I'm sure.
Hold on. So let me see if you can.
But in terms of a mother who's carrying this child for 9 months, who's pushing this child out of, and who is basically in most situations nurturing and raising the child, if the father isn't present. Now, if the father is just as present, after birth, yeah, they can have a dual type, relationship where both of them are given and taken just as much as each other. But I mean, to sit there and say that a child is going to have the same type of bond without that father putting that energy into it and expecting the same thing out of it that they're giving their mother who's putting more into it, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that.
You asked a simple question.
What you mean?
You asked me, should the father be reciprocated, should be praised, but just for making a baby, basically.
You know what?
That's what you asked me. Should a father be praised for making
For
a baby?
simply, I was just looking at the chat when Danielle made some really good points about the fact that the way that we identify God now is based on a man-made religion. It's not based on you know actual. Uh-oh, do we got her here? She may be able to speak on behalf of herself.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it in. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to pull it in. I'm definitely trying to pull it in. But however, so my argument is still like, I watch so much Skip and Shannon, I almost call you Skip.
I don't watch that, so I don't even know what that would mean. What would that mean?
That's Skip Bayless. That's the dude that Shannon Sharp be debating against. When it
What type
comes to
of personality does he have? Because is he somebody I need to be offended to be called?
yeah, but he's a white man, number one.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say you necessarily need to be offended.
So because he's white, I'm not supposed to be offended?
Huh?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, so but this but this notion, you know what I'm saying? We got to get away from this notion of that we can't celebrate fathers because they don't put in the same like, you know what I'm saying?
I've never said that you can't celebrate them. I do believe that they should be celebrated, but in terms of wondering why people don't celebrate them in the same way, I mean, we got to be real with ourselves and not just say, hey, let's celebrate this just because, people say it's supposed to be celebrated. Like, I don't give my energy towards stuff that doesn't make sense for me to give my energy towards.
Right, so okay.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Oh, I am in. Oh, I'm sitting over here trying to hold my tongue, and I'm trying to type fast because I'm trying to get in this conversation right here.
Come on. I was waiting for you. I was trying to give you it from the chat, but I mean, it ain't going to be nothing like you saying what you got to say.
Boy, I couldn't wait to get in here on this young fella here, over here with these comments and reading these crazy, I don't know what he reading, where he's getting these quotes on Father's Day and what holiday come first. And let's get popping with it. What you over there saying,
Yes.
Miss Magic?
Let's go. You were making a lot of good points in the chat, though, so you might have to go ahead and reiterate some of those.
Well, I was saying when he first asked by ranking, how do we rank them? How do we rank them as far as number 1 through 20? I would put Father's Day and Mother's Day at the top of number 1. And they would rank evenly. Now, do people show up and be the mothers and fathers that we would love to see? Not everybody, of course not. But those that do, it should be number 1 over these other holidays that we were given. We were given Columbus Day, and I don't know where it's at on the ranking, but you can miss me with that one altogether. So it all
It should
depends on
definitely be, because I think those are the two holidays where, there's no missing it. You know who your mother is, you know who your father is. Everything
Absolutely.
else is someone else's history.
Absolutely. There's no question about who you came from and what contributions they have given in your life. You know what I mean? So in that case, it should be number 1. Besides, we live in a society, and our communities are made up of households. And those households, we hope, are made up of fathers and mothers that are together, hopefully. But even if they're not, as long as they're still doing the job that they're supposed to do and modeling being a mother and father, then they should be celebrated.
Right.
So now,
Can you turn the volume up again?
on your headphone, I can't. I think she's just low.
Oh, okay.
I think she's just low. And so let's get into this. So I really want to get into, the fact that, that we have a problem celebrating Father's Day. Like we really
Who is
have.
we? You're making these generalizations. Who is we that has a problem celebrating
America.
Father's Day?
The most of the
I
people
just
in
thought about
America.
that. He had a bit issue with me generalizing things, but you generalizing it as
No, I'm
well.
saying America.
Absolutely.
Now, in America, you know what I'm saying? Because, cause y'all come, cause y'all be trying to come sideways with this stuff and all these, you know what I'm saying, the acronyms and, and stuff that, you know what I'm saying, that
Here
modern
we
people
go.
don't really understand. And so I'm here to speak for I'm here to speak for the commoner.
Okay.
So I'm here to
Okay.
speak for the commoner. So, you know what
And
I'm
the
saying? I speak
commoner
from,
believes that we don't celebrate Father's Day, right?
we don't like it is not valued. Like fathers are not men are not really valued like that. You know what I mean? Men are not really valued. So you don't value men are not valued. So it's hard to value the man as a father.
But when you
Oh,
look at it in a humanistic way, like fathers are a little bit more removed. Like if we were to
disposable.
go by society and the commoner, women are more emotional, so they say. So it's easier to play to that emotion with the flowers and the candy and the pampering and the treatment for Mother's Day. Whereas fathers don't really do all of that, and you have to create an experience for them. Depending on that man. Some men don't pamper me. I don't want no pampering. I don't want all of that. Some men are don't buy me no tools. I don't want all of that. Some men are get me equipment. So it
That's
all depends on the man.
let's
Um,
actually go that way. Like, what do you think fathers deserve? Like, what do you think they should be having? Like, what would you want to see fathers, and how
to be
would you want to see them
recognized.
celebrated?
I want to see baskets on the side of the road. I want, you know what I'm saying? I want to see the same thing I see when we
Would you
get there.
would you appreciate that stuff, or would it just be like, oh, because women got it, we got it, cool?
No, not just how women got it, but I would want to see the level of celebration go up. You know what I mean?
why does it have to be in materialism? Why does it have to be in what you're selling in the stores versus the
Well, I
attention
didn't
of people?
say nothing about the store. I said on the side of the road. See what I'm saying? Like
That's
you're
still
trying.
consumerism. That's still buying and an
No,
exchange of
You
money
still
but
got to
for a
spend
gift.
money on it.
no, yeah, I'm saying I want to see. You asked me what I would like to see. You asked me what I would want to get purchased. So you asked me what I would like to see, and I'm telling you, I would like to see stuff on the side of the road. I would like to see billboards. I would like to see more commercial. Cause even Church's Chicken then pull back on they Father's Day commercial. Like we used to can rely on Church's
But it
Chicken.
depends on how much money it make, because this is capitalistic world. If it's not making money to
Hold
say,
on.
hey, happy Father's Day, then they're not going to sit there and
Okay, well,
spend their
okay.
Do
bottom
we
line,
even
spend their marketing on it.
understand that
Hold
that's
on.
why holidays were put in place for consumerism and marketing purposes? It's not even about the recognition and celebration. So why are we not just paying attention to how we treat the father in our home?
Because that's a whole nother dynamic of relationship, you know what I'm saying?
That's what
Well,
we should be talking
so
about,
that's a
though.
whole nother dynamic of relationship that, you know what I'm saying, where the love deposit, that's the, see, here we going back, where the
We
love
ain't going to no
deposits,
love deposit. Get out of
yeah,
here.
because, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, you don't have a man not in the home because when it comes to love, you have insufficient funds. And,
When
um,
it comes to love, some men have insufficient deposits.
nah, you have insufficient funds when it comes to love.
Whatever happened to unconditional love? The love that's not conditioned based on
Thank you.
anything, all the things.
Well, we just had that. We just had that conversation last Wednesday when I was saying, however, women want to receive unconditional love, but wants to give love under conditions. Can you provide?
But I think it's the
Can
same
you
thing for
lead?
men as well.
That's what you think. So I
No,
say you
because
pick a key word. You
no,
say I think.
you mentioned the same thing last week as well about the fact that men want women who look a particular way or who is physically appealing or whatever. There's certain conditions that men put on love as well.
Nah, not condition. It's, you know what I'm saying. Men have wants.
It's the same thing as women. Women have wants. It's
Yeah,
not
you do
conditioned. It's
have wants.
wants. It's
You have
desires. It's
you,
expectations.
okay,
But
so
men have those same things.
okay,
It just
so
looks a little different depending on which sex or
no,
which
no.
gender.
Here you go. Here you go.
100.
Here you
Men
go.
and women are recognized differently. Like we literally walk in two separate worlds, even though we're on Earth together. How we live, how the things that we appreciate is totally different. As far as including the society in talking about Father's Day and how they rank it, who's doing this ranking? Who are they? Who are they, and why are we even paying attention to their rankings?
The
Why are
same
we
people
not
you
paying
reading and
attention to?
researching.
Say again.
The same people you reading and researching, and
I
when you
never read
finding the
that
information
before.
that you want and you agree with you, and it's still they say, but you take that because of what you wanted to hear or read
I
at the
don't.
time.
Not necessarily.
It
Not
depends on what books. I
necessarily.
don't read every book. Go ahead.
And I don't take every statistic that's out there. It depends on the source that's given it. So
That part.
it depends on the source that gave that Columbus Day ranks higher than anything else. Oh, and then Christmas, again, that goes back into consumerism. That goes back into how people spend their money, how people are being marketed to spend their money. We got to be careful not to get caught up in that. Fathers should be recognized, and they should be recognized as much as they're putting in. And the same thing for mothers.
Completely agree with that.
So you shouldn't get respect as a father or a dad if you and that person grows into a person. This person actually is a person, got their own personality, got their own walk of life, whatever it is, and they got DNA. They genetic build. Their genetic build comes from, what I'm saying, the male seed. We know what I'm saying. We're gonna fertilize that egg,
But there's
and we determine the sex. We determine if it's gonna be a male or a female. It's a lot of determination that goes into. So, but you say he don't deserve. So then when a person get to wonder where they come from.
no, but there's a lot of different situations and scenarios where men will deposit their seed
Love
and
deposit.
not
There was a love
not
deposit.
actually put forth any other efforts in terms of their upbringing and raising, making sure they're getting the nourishment, making sure that they're healthy and strong, making sure that they get their doctor's appointments and everything like that. It's not just about depositing seeds. That's the easy part. You can go to a sperm
it's
bank
not.
and you can go to a sperm bank and get a seed.
You ain't never dealt with a woman. That's not the easy part.
What you mean?
Oh, you ain't
Before you start trying to jump down on women's necks, if we could just point it back to those 5 cups of fulfillment, how is a father or mother physically caring for a seed, a child? How are they mentally caring for the child? How are they
Right.
emotionally caring for the child? How are they spiritually caring for the child? And how are they financially caring for
We're
that
not
child?
worrying about.
No. We
that
need
part.
to worry about all of that because all that's important because the mother is giving all of that to the
All of
child.
But we're talking about the fact that the person is a father
Yes.
and it's under celebrated. Period.
See,
It's under
no, I guess we're
recognized,
gonna have to
period.
agree to disagree that if a father isn't present, like just depositing your seed is not gonna get you the
You were
celebration
present to
bit.
deposit the seed, but not present to do the homework,
this
right?
but this a worldwide issue now. You talking about so worldwide. So when we say Father's Day not being celebrated, we're not talking about Father's Day. Then
Maybe
say Black
some of the
Father.
I'm gonna go ahead and say what I gotta say. Maybe some of the fathers need to step up their game in terms of what they're giving and what they're providing for their children, so that their children will give more to them on Father's Day or do more for them on Father's Day.
And their
because
families
from
will
my understanding,
recognize
the
them
fathers
more.
that's doing what they're supposed to do, they get the type of attention that they need to get or that they want to get from their child who's appreciative of them.
So,
And the family.
So you say
Fathers
that for
don't
the
realize
fathers in
that the more that they
Australia.
pour into their kids, the mothers admire that greatly. The more that you give to that baby and take off of the mother's plate because you're actually adding to as well, there is beyond recognition that you get.
That
for
is a good point because when the child is under a particular age, the mother's the one that's actually doing the nice things for the father, and vice versa. The father's usually doing the nice things for the mother before they, if the child is still of a particular age. Now, if the mother doesn't feel valued or feel like the father's giving enough to the child for them to have to come out, and do these things or show these
Absolutely.
appreciation, then that's a conversation to be had. I think it's it's all intertwined.
You can't miss that part. You gotta factor
Well,
it in.
And we making it into a particular conversation. We talking about celebration. We not talking. I wasn't talking about what the mother, what the father, who the mother usually buy the father gift. I'm saying on a worldwide scale,
well,
like the fathers in Japan, the fathers in Europe, the fathers
The
in
On a
fathers
Australia.
where
worldwide
every
scale, we have to
Colombia.
talk capitalism because that's what it boils down to. How much money are they making by celebrating this holiday? If they're not
That's what
making,
it
if
is.
companies aren't making money celebrating this holiday, then they're not going to celebrate it. If men went out and purchased as much stuff as women make, because women are the ones that kind of spend more of the money, that's what
They are
the
the
studies
No,
have
spenders.
no, they're
shown.
not. No, they're not. Not on Mother's
Women
Day.
are definitely the
No,
spenders
not on Mother's Day,
in
but
a
just in
household.
general.
Men
in
spending the
general,
money.
in general, across the board, women are the ones that spend money. So it's like, okay, well, you know,
Well, it's been
First of all, you
statistically
gotta
proven.
know that the marketing ploy is pushed toward a dynamic of women because women
Right.
will be more likely to spend the money, even when it comes to
and
children.
and the
will
woman is
let
gonna
their
actually.
kids- men will let their kids only eat what they need, whereas women will go out and buy for the whole house what you need, what you want, and all of
Oh
that
Lord.
stuff. So women
Man, oh,
tend to
Lord.
spend more.
Oh Lord. Women. So men.
So
This is crazy.
would men actually, or would people actually go out and buy all these things for women on Mother's Day if the woman didn't complain about not getting these things done, right? So that's part of the woman still spending money or still actually pulling in the, the whatever it is that they want into the household because they're the ones that's actually saying, hey, I'm doing the shopping. This is what I want. Go out and do this. I'm
Absolutely.
writing the list. I'm making the choices. So it's kind of still,
And I don't think
Men-
that women are celebrated more. I think that men try to use Mother's Day as a way to make up for things that they lacked
That's
during
a
the
good
year.
point.
So they go all out on Mother Day. Oh, okay, this is the day that I get to show up and show out, so I could possibly get something at the end of the night too. So let me just go out and,
That part.
and just
That
fill
and
her
Valentine's
up
Day
with
as
all she
well.
wants.
Yeah, Valentine's, like, you know what I'm saying, man, we need more love. Being, listen, this was the day that women, Father their day that they can make up and do some of the things that they hadn't been doing. This time, Father's Day is the day that women can deposit into, society, even if it ain't, like when you celebrate Christmas, you know, when you celebrate Christmas, you celebrate by giving gifts to your loved ones, but you still celebrating the holiday. You still celebrating the birth of Christ. You still celebrating the holiday. So not the in particular of giving. So I'm saying not the in particular of a child giving a man a gift, a woman giving a man a gift. I'm just saying, but just like the holistic approach of just celebrating what father means. Like we talking about the father of fathers, like, and for the ones who's on the same wavelength at me, like, with my Christian background, if you ever growed up and said a prayer, Our Father in heaven, if you ever led with that, and I'm talking about the fathers of father, just what father means, not what this father not what your earthly father may be doing or not doing, but just the present what father means, like what Christmas, what does it mean? It's not you get
Can you be? I feel like you're mixing things. Like you're playing on the word father because it's Father's Day, but the way you're making it sound is like the celebration of Christ's father
It
instead
is.
of
That's what it should. That's what I'm saying. If we're
the
gonna
Father's
celebrate
Day
a
is not
father,
that. Father's Day is a man-made holiday that was given to recognize the men in the family. Like Mother's Day it was not given for Mother Earth. It was given for mothers, and to recognize the human mother.
okay,
So I think that
no,
you're putting a lot more on it when you're trying to add the Christian and the religious background to Father's Day.
no. Well, I'm just saying. So you know what I'm saying. If you depend on your father, this the father that you were taught to depend on. This the father. You know what I'm saying. So for those that fall in my shoes, if this was the father that you were taught to depend on, this was the father you were taught to pray to. This was that father. They said you got a father even when your father ain't here. Even when your dad ain't here, you still got a father. You know what I'm saying? So
In a
now, so you're not
patriarchal
gonna celebrate,
society, we were
huh?
conditioned to believe that about the father. But if you have different belief systems,
I
then
said,
you
see, you're not
may not
listening.
believe that the
No,
father is your provider. You may
that's why I'm
believe
being
that
quiet. That's why I'm being quiet right now because I can't speak on what you're speaking on. Like I
right,
don't
that's
believe
your
in what you
background.
believe in, so I can't even begin to speak on it without being told, okay, what you're saying isn't valid. So if we talk in a general sense of, what people generally believe in. Like, I don't necessarily believe that the higher being is a male, so I cannot speak on that. A lot of
Even
people
though
believe that
she
it's
may
gender.
have been taught that through religion. Religion teaches you that. Man-made religion teaches you that.
In this what's it called?
Patriarchal society.
Thank you, because I can't get the word out. But yes,
Hey, well, man taught us everything. So when you said man taught you how to walk, man taught you how to read, man taught you how to survive.
are we
Man
talking
taught-
about human or are we talking about
meaning
men?
spirit, man
male.
meaning spirit life, not
I'm talking
man
about
meaning
human.
male.
No, I'm just talking about man. You say man made everything. So everything you experienced from the time you came out the womb, you got.
Are you talking about male or female, or are you talking about human? Because
Yeah, well-
human is both male and female.
Right. So I'm saying when she said man made religion, man made this.
Right.
So what is she talking about? Is she talking about
No, she's talking about the fact that this country is built on, or this world at this point is built on this patriarchal
Male
type.
So when
Dominated
she say,
System.
society,
So
male
when she's
run,
speaking
male
against
led,
something-
male instructed
now,
society.
I'm gonna tell you. See, now watch what she doing now. See, cause cause I'm a little special. Now watch what she doing. She say now when she's speaking against something, she say those are man made. She don't say they both woman and man made. She just say man made.
No, because it is man-made.
Yeah,
Because
but-
it is
Man-made
man-made.
in terms of the fact that,
Oh,
do
my
you think
God.
a woman would create a patriarchal system? Like
Oh, my
one that
goodness.
basically just
And you
caters
don't-
to.
And oh my God, this is ridiculous.
Really, answer the question, sir.
So, okay. So you want to give man? So now you want to give man credit?
Well, no, I just mean like most of the people in power around the world is what? It's men, right? The reason why it's men is because this is a patriarchal society that puts male dominance
First.
above female dominance, or male leadership above female leadership. That's why, there's been, how many, 46 male presidents
Yeah,
in
how many?
America?
How many?
Am I right? Did I get the number right?
No, I
Because
think it's
But
40.
it's not just
Yeah,
America.
46, 46, 47. I
But
think
it's
it's
not
47.
just America.
But
Okay.
regardless of it being just America, now we just talking about man, and no matter where you go in other societies, the men seem to dominate that
You know
society.
why?
You tell me one where the women are the
oh,
rulers.
go ahead and do that. Go ahead and say why.
You know why? Because it doesn't get down to smarts. It doesn't get down to ingenuity. It get down to physical. It get down to your physical attributes. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
right.
What
You could
can
dominate,
slay?
you could force, you could rape, you could pillage, you can strangle, you could take, you can dominate.
Colonize.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And mentally, you know what I'm saying, we're prepared in different ways. So that's why. So it got boils down to the physical, like the king of the jungle, them two
So then
lions.
you agree that it is a male dominated society and that you guys set the rules and you made it seem like you were king first.
Okay.
But understand
Well,
it hasn't
celebrate
always
Father's
been
Day
that way,
like that
though.
then.
Also, understand that it hasn't always been that way.
But
This is where
celebrate.
we're at right now.
What way was it then? Well, what way was it? Celebrate Father's Day. Then you're gonna give us all this credit, but don't want to celebrate Father's Day. It's a male-dominated world. It's a male-dominated.
Listen, I don't know where you're using these words from. I'm not giving you credit. It just is what it is. There's no credit to it.
I'm getting them
the
from
men
you,
came
Miss.
Is this world a
cavemen.
perfect world right now? Are we all excited and happy and living the joyous, blissful life?
Why you talking
Credit
about
for
credit?
what?
Credit?
Yeah, credit. You give us credit when it's wrong. When you are speaking against something, you say man-made.
Listen, that's the credit is, I wouldn't use the word credit because of the way, and it's not my fault. I'm just saying how the world has been designed. I didn't design it that way. Men create a patriarchal society where women had to be so-called under them. So in that sense, that's why we have the father in our text for biblical purposes. That's why we celebrate men in that way.
That's
Okay,
why we've
it-
taken out
it's
many
our
books in the
fault.
Bible that actually depict women being in more powerful.
Who took out the
Position.
book? You said we. So you was a part of the selection process.
Yeah, sure. If that's what we're gonna say, of course I wasn't.
He gonna
But
choose
this patriarchal
anything.
system did.
Okay, so who were those? So who did that? Cause that what Miss Hillman would ask. Miss Hillman going
This
to.
patriarchal. Well, you can find out. Go ahead and Google.
Nah, that
Somebody
what
could
Miss
Google it.
Hillman would ask.
I don't have the
Listen, you don't
desire
have
to
to keep
Google
calling
it.
my name. I'll tell you what I said. What do you mean, Miss Hillman said what? Mrs. Hillman
I
did
said
what?
Miss Hillman would ask where did these facts come from? Where did this come from? Because if I said if somebody said or this artifact or this came from that, she'll say who? Well, who said that? Well, who?
No, I
Well,
just
who is they?
I was just asking about that crazy little rating chart that you had because I didn't know who was doing the same people doing those ratings are the same people saying certain people are the most beautiful in America and in the world, and that ain't
Oh.
true.
All right. So now, all right. So before we, because I know y'all ain't got much time today, so I want, so we done got a little. So that was the little warm up.
Okay.
Can I ask something really quick? Because you said you were going to go back to something. You said you was
what's
going to
that?
go back to why we're going to be popping firecrackers on 4th of July, but yesterday we were celebrating Juneteenth. You was going to go
Right.
back to that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that real quick, and when we go from that, I want to go to man's game versus women's intuition. So let's go back to the Juneteenth because when I'm calling her LL now, licensed Lynn. So I've been calling her LL in my mind. So LL that stands for licensed Lynn.
LL Cool J.
That
No,
stands for
that Cool
licensed
J.
Lynn. So
You the
LL over
different
here,
kind of
LL
LL.
came in and was giving, she was halfway saying Father's Day, but then she said, wait, happy Juneteenth. And I'm like, okay, first of all, these woke Negroes out here hadn't even, hadn't been never celebrating Juneteenth. Now, we've been knowing about Juneteenth because I'm from the bottom. I'm from Mobile, Alabama. And it was part of our makeup. Our people sat on the front porches and told us about the stories about stuff like that and when, and why we should celebrate certain things a certain way. So now this became a big thing. Now, actually, Juneteenth is actually becoming a national holiday, a federal holiday in some cases, you know what I'm saying? The laws have been passed. Only 18 states actually paid their employees for that day. Only 18 states. So, but that's good, because it used to be 0. So we're going in the right direction. I wish more people could catch on. But however, with these Negroes, like I was saying, they are definitely gonna be. They didn't pop. Did you see people popping firecrackers on Juneteenth?
I heard some.
You heard a few.
Yeah.
But now, watch what you hear July the 4th. Now, watch
Because
how
it's
many Negroes-
celebrated wider. It's more known. It was more popularized. It was more pushed. You have much more commercial marketing and media focusing on it. So you're going to have more people reacting to 4th of July than you did Juneteenth. This is new. Even though your people sat on the step and talked about it, you notice you didn't say that you didn't learn about it in school. You had to get it from your folks, and you better hope that your folks had it to give it to you.
You also got to look at the big scope of it all. African Americans or Black Americans are only making up about 13% of this country, and that is something for us to celebrate as the 13%. So yeah, it probably 13% isn't that big of a number.
Now it's not. But when are you gonna pop your firecrackers?
I don't pop firecrackers. I don't celebrate.
Why do we
July
have to
4th
follow a
either.
tradition of something that was given to us? Again, the firecrackers come from the fighting of the war, of during that civil war. That's where the firecrackers and popping the firecrackers come from. That's not a part of our celebration. Period.
Okay, so you're saying that's not a part of our celebration.
Right.
So, but we're gonna celebrate on the 4th of July. We're gonna celebrate Independence Day because Juneteenth is supposed to be our Independence Day.
Well,
Am
you're
I
going to
correct,
celebrate
Dwight?
it because you're going to get the day off. You're going to celebrate it because families take that time to come together in the summer. We're celebrating I know a lot of people that celebrate not necessarily for the day of independence itself, because if you did know your history, you would know that 4th of July was not the date that what is it? The Independence Declaration of
Mm-hmm.
Independence was signed. It was not signed on 4th of July. That's just the date that was given to us to celebrate on. The
Okay, that's
actual
fine, but it's
signing did not happen completely until August 8th. So,
okay. I don't care
you
when the
got to know
signing
some
happened.
things to really understand why you celebrating and what you celebrating.
Right. It doesn't matter because it's not for us. We didn't. It wasn't for our independence. So it doesn't matter what day. It could have been August, October.
Absolutely.
It could. It doesn't matter. But then they say so. But then we say Juneteenth is our day. It's our thing. We're gonna put the red, the black, and the green on. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna represent the blood, the people, and the land. Right. So we're gonna put the red, the black, and the green on, and we're gonna celebrate our independence. Now, they said Juneteenth because Juneteenth they didn't know what day it really was. It's Juneteenth. So now in
It was
Texas,
June 19th. June 19th.
no, it wasn't. They didn't know exactly what day it was. So they just say
19th.
Juneteenth because it would they say it could have been the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, the 18th, the 19th. So since the 19th is the last number in the tenth, they just say we'll just go with June 19th. So they didn't know what day it was. And then in Texas, they didn't realize they were free until August. So it was August for them. So they celebrate. The people out there celebrate us being independently free in August. So, so by the time everybody got the word, it went the same time. So just like you said, they gave them a date. They gave them July 4th, even though that wasn't the real date. Juneteenth is not really the real date. So we're gonna have. So I just want to say. So, but if we're gonna celebrate in essence, like we gonna go back to like we do for any other holiday, like we go for Jesus' birthday. You know, it's not about the gifts. It's about celebrating what that means our independence, and we're supposed to be celebrating what that means. And we're not celebrating what that means, in my opinion, because if we're gonna take a stand, if we if we if we're gonna say we're celebrating our independence, and we're gonna celebrate their independence more than we celebrate our independence, are we really celebrating our independence?
You have to wake people up. Some people still don't even understand this about Juneteenth. So it's an education, it's an awareness, and some of us are more aware than others.
This is only the
Don't
second
discount
year.
the fact that
Isn't it the
some
second year?
people that are black
It does not
have
show
a
up.
problem accepting black things. They are more comfortable accepting what the majority accepts, which is 4th of July. I want to wear my flag shirt. I want to shoot firecrackers and eat hot dogs like everybody else. So some people want to remove themselves from things that are cultural and move more mainstream. And you're gonna see that.
Well, I have a legal reason to celebrate the 4th of July. So if anybody see me celebrating the 4th of July, they be like, oh, I thought he was just talking all this big stuff about Juneteenth. Well, my daughter's birthday is July the 4th. So
That's a celebration day.
Yeah,
See,
so
that's
I
a reason to
celebrate.
celebrate.
So I got a legal reason and a moral reason to be celebrating on July the 4th. But because that's my daughter's birthday. So now, but now once I figured out what was going on,
I got a question for you for your daughter's birthday. When you celebrate her birthday, do you decorate in red, white, and blue?
I don't.
Do
I
you
don't
make it
decorate
a
nothing.
theme around the 4th of July versus her birthday?
Huh?
When you celebrate her birthday, do you make it a theme around the 4th of July versus a theme around her birthday?
No, I don't. I don't never make it anything, no kind of theme. I don't dress up nothing. I'm a father.
What does that mean?
I'm one of them kind of fathers that doesn't dress up nothing. So now the mothers may want to do what they do.
Also, you're the father that doesn't pour too much in the emotional cup. The emotional fulfillment cup don't get too much.
Now it don't. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get. It's gonna get its prescription. You know what I'm saying? Fathers are like a prescription. Fathers
What?
are like Well, fathers are like a prescription. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to get the right dose. You gotta get the dosage right. You know what I'm saying? Mothers just be pouring just to be pouring. Fathers, you know
Who
what I'm saying?
sets
don't
the
think the
doses
child
is
needs
what I
all of
want to
that?
know.
Huh?
How do you set the dose? How do you know to give 2 versus 1, 3 times a day versus 1 time a day? Like, how do you set your dosage?
Hey, it's a careful, it's a definite, it's a scientific method behind it. And
Convenience.
because you're not as spiritual. See, you don't believe what I believe. We got different beliefs, but I'm gonna give
Oh,
you this
okay,
right
go
here.
ahead.
But I'm gonna give you this right here. You know, I never see. I set the dose because you got to realize I never forget to carry the one. So when you go to the board, so
Hold on, where we going with this? Because I
this
feel
is
like this about to be a whole.
Nah, hey, so when you go to the board, right? When you go to the board, you're learning to do math in school, and you are learning to do your thing, and they're teaching you how to do math, and they send you to the board, right? And they send you up there to the board, and they say, you're gonna do this problem. First of all, you see the problem. You know what I'm saying? You got to see the problem first, right? You see it. You know what I'm saying? Then you understand it has to be solved.
You
And so-
losing me right now.
I know, but
Okay.
stay with me, and you won't get.
I'm trying.
So, because y'all trying to figure out what the rebuttal is versus just listening to the message, and you asked me how do I figure out the dosage.
I'm one of those people that like to get to the point on stuff. I
That's
like
all
to
right. Okay.
drive it on home.
He like to
Right.
talk so that you can get Lois in the conversation.
Nah, so this what.
So you just agree just to be like, all right, it's over. Good. Yep.
Nah, so you asked me how I get the dosage. See, you know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, if I say something, she gonna question it to the extent that she want to. Okay, where you get what this is and who said this? So that's it. I told you this, and this what she does. So now I'm gonna answer the question. Now, so I'm gonna answer the question. So I get to the dosage by understanding the problem. When you go and you put the problem on the board and you're gonna work the math problem. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to get the dosage, you know what I'm saying? And you learn how to add, subtract, and multiply, and you get stuck on a problem.
Hold on, but we still talking about how much somebody's supposed to get pour into their
Okay.
child or father. Okay, just making sure we still.
Yeah.
I got lost a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We're
So,
also
you know what
talking
I'm saying?
about
So she said,
why
how you figure
fathers
out how
don't get
much?
recognized as much because they give dosages. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they get dosage. You figure out how much you want to put in there. So I'm saying, so when
Is this
you,
the love deposit that we're talking about right now?
nah, this
Doses
could
of
be
love
some
deposits.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You always got to put love deposit in your children.
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying?
But
So
I just
but
want you to understand, Matt.
that
I
I
just
do
need you to
understand that you're not
understand.
trying to listen.
I'm sorry.
I understand
I'm gonna
that.
listen. I'm gonna stop talking after this. I just want you to understand for your original question that this is why fathers may not be celebrated as much as mothers because of your dosage formula factor. But go ahead. I'm
You don't
listening.
even know the dosage formula factor. And you know
The
what?
fact that it's a dosage is a problem. But go ahead.
It's a prescription. It's a prescription. It's a prescription.
Prescription. I got it.
Right. See what I'm saying? And that goes the reason why, that may be the reason why we're not being celebrated enough, because it's the inability to listen.
Go ahead. My bad. Well, let's be quiet, Danielle. We're gonna shut up. We're gonna be quiet. Go
The
ahead.
inability
Go ahead.
that you're displaying.
Speak your heart.
So now to get to to get to the prescription of the dosage, you got to figure out how to solve you got to figure out how to solve this math problem, this equation. And I remember being in school learning how to solve a math problem, and I was at the board and I was trying to do my add and my subtraction and whatnot. And my teacher said, she said, hey, never forget. She said, now when it get too heavy on one side, don't forget to carry the one. She said, now when it get too heavy on one side, don't forget to carry the one. Now, a lot of people don't know what the one is. So they don't know what the one is. See, but the one is our Father, Lord and Savior. He said, don't forget to carry the one. So when I get to them cups, and when I, you know what I'm saying, and I know that, that I got to put something in them. The first thing I do is go to the board, and I go to the Father, and you know what I'm saying, you know what, because I didn't forget to carry the one. See,
You're
I
so
always
cute.
carry the one.
You're so cute.
See, and that's how I know what belongs in them cups because I didn't forget to carry the one because I remember when that little teacher told me, she said, when they get too heavy on one side, don't forget to carry the one. See, and a lot of times, see, people don't understand. See, I'm made in the likeness of my father. See, I don't know what they believe, but I'm made in the likeness of my father. So I'm saying, so I have to remind them, I'm the one, not the two. I tell my children, I'm the one that they need to understand. They the one, not the two. And when
Your
they get too
theory
heavy on
is
one side,
awesome. I love the breakdown. I love the formula. I love the prescription. That's you got out of that. You responded to that question greatly, and I'll put it that way.
that's what great men do. That's what great men do. So you gotta, but don't forget to carry. So when it comes, and even in your relationship, so not people see. So let's get on love deposit. Let's talk about these love deposit. Even in your relationship, even when you with your mate. See, a lot of people get to the board and don't understand how to solve the problem when they get to the board because they get to the board and they don't understand all the adding and subtracting and multiplying and dividing that's going on, and they forget when they get too heavy on one side to carry the one. See, and that's why a lot of relationships fail because they don't understand how to, deal with the problem on the board.
I agree.
They
A lot
forget
of
to carry the one.
a lot of relationships they seem to exclude that one and how to carry the one, knowing that that's my father too. So as a woman, that's my father. If I'm out of order or you don't know how to handle me or you're confused or there's a problem in our relationship, you need to go back to the one because that's who created me. You might need to go back and see what his child needs so that I can get right. But see, the men in relationships tend to forget to carry the one and go back to the one about what's going on in the relationship. And I'm not just saying men, I mean men and women.
Right.
Men and women.
Right. You forget to carry the one. So, so they don't know what the prescription is, and people be trying to prescribe. See, just kind of see, hey, have you ever went to the doctor and the doctor gave you a prescription, and then you get in the car and your friend say, girl, what he gave you? That's good. I need one of them. See, you ain't been prescribed that. See, but you wanna see, but you want to take it anyway because you feel like it helps. See, we gotta we gotta understand, man. We gotta quit going to the wrong people, trying to get our prescription filled.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Cause, you know what I'm saying? Cause, you know what I'm saying? Just because that person was prescribed that particular dosage or that particular drug or whatever they was prescribed, that wasn't your prescription. It didn't have your name on it. Mm-hmm. And so just because that's what they went through, and they come trying to tell you because I went through this and I went through that, you need to watch out for this and you need to do that. See what I'm saying? See, they giving you what was given to them. It was prescribed to them. It had their name on the bottle. And here you is, now here you is, you're going to take everything in this bottle and you can't figure out why you all out of whack. Man, don't get me started today. Don't get the goose started. Don't get the goose started. See, y'all were trying to crank me up. I knew what y'all were trying to see. And I was trying to keep it on the surface level. I hated to let this wisdom out. I wasn't going to let so much out today.
I mean,
you can't help yourself. You need to let it out some, because when you start talking that other stuff like the love deposit and before we go on a date and all that kind of stuff, that'd be the crazy stuff. But the wisdom, share it, drop it. It's good.
Oh yeah, so you have to drop it sometime. You got you definitely have to drop that wisdom. So with that being said, with wisdom being said, I want to discuss game. The men, because men can say they got game. I mean, you ain't got no game, man. You ain't got no game. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna pull that, get no game? Versus women, intuition. Women say they know a lot. Women say, you know what I'm saying? Women say their intuition alert them a lot. They alert them to all the red flags. No green flags, but just red flags. they intuition. Men game versus women intuition. And now I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna bag off of it because I know y'all gonna cut loose. I know y'all coming with it. Men game versus women intuition. If your intuition was so,
what exactly are you trying to get to in those two spaces?
He gonna explain it. He about to break it down right now. When you're
Okay.
trying to, go ahead.
yeah, a men game versus women intuition. So men got game. Men come holler at women. Know what I'm saying? They gonna put their whoop. They gonna put their best Mac move down. Your intuition supposed to tell you, right, that hey, this not a good guy, especially to have a baby by, and such and such. But then you end up, you got by the game. You know what I'm saying? You done fell for the game. And why was your intuition?
Well, the fact that you assume that the woman fell for the game is an issue to start. Sometimes women or sometimes people do things based on making themselves feel good. So, and it's not that the man had such great game. This woman might see something in this man, one particular thing or multiple, that she wants out of him. Not necessarily that she fell for the game. Not necessarily that she didn't have an intuitive notion about the person. And
Right.
intuition is not necessarily, don't mess with him, he's going to be a bad father. You may have a feeling of sorts, and it's up to us whether we dismiss that feeling or not. And then, the consequences end up being what they are.
Right.
So does the intuition work?
Absolutely, the intuition works.
If you're
People
listening
need to
to
tap
it.
more into their intuition.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, they might call something intuition and it might not be intuition. Like, you have to really be able to get to your intuition because your past experiences could, hide themselves as intuition or pose as intuition in terms of like, seeing the red flags or seeing, wanting that attention or whatever it is. You just kind of got to know the difference between the two.
On top of the fact, let's talk about intuition a little bit more, because intuition is called a lot of things. It's called the spirit guide. It's called your higher power. It's called a source, your source of connection. So your intuition is a feeling, is a notion that you're getting internally. And a lot of people don't know what it is, don't understand it, and do dismiss it. They call it your first mind. I should have went with my first mind. How many people say that? That gut instinct, they call it that too. So all of that stuff matters. And you're having these internal reactions for a reason. But because we're not taught on how to address those things and what they are and how they benefit us, we dismiss them.
Yeah, I was going to also mention how, I think you made a point earlier on about the fact that many men, they might run game on certain situations. I don't think a woman's intuition being wrong has to do with, like, they might be seeing the person outside of the games in terms of their intuitions, but if someone is coming at them with not the good best intentions and everything like that, or with wanting to play the games, I mean, that doesn't say who the person is. The person might still be a good person with game or with, dishonesty and without being genuinely who they need to be. So I mean, it's kind of two different arenas that we fighting in, because when you want to compare a game in terms of men's game and women's game, that's kind of one thing, but a woman's intuition is something different, because they might see other things in that man that might not have to do with just simply would he be a good father or stuff like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The potential in the man.
In that vein, I think that intuition, a woman's intuition and men's game, I think they're definitely out of the league, because a woman who's definitely in touch with her intuition can peep game very early. Very early.
I hate to say this, but Tupac said when you talking to a female and she start laughing, you know what I'm saying? Pop say, chick recognize game, start laughing. That ain't the word he used, but I'm just gonna say chick for the purpose of this platform. Chick recognize game, start laughing. You know, that's her intuition right then. But she liked the game. She liked the game.
That's a good point. Some people could just be playing these games and wind up getting caught out,
Very much so.
She liked the game. So when you talk about my first mind, and cause men have that. So do men have intuition too? Your
They do.
gut
It's not as
Absolutely, we
strong as
all do.
women's, but they do have it.
Oh, how
We
you know
all
it's not
do.
as strong? It could be stronger. How you know it's
Well,
not as
depending
strong?
on the man, it's individualized, but
But how you,
women are more closely whatever.
because somebody told you that.
It's
Yeah, somebody told you.
No,
You don't
ain't
have no
nobody tell you.
scientific
It's
proof of that.
evidence
It's
that
evidence, yeah.
there's a lot of evidence of that. It's not that somebody told us that. There is evidence.
Men are
to show.
grounded. Men are very much. They're not.
Leaders.
They're of this earth a lot more
Right.
than women. If you want to go back to the whole how we were created scenario, we can kind of have that conversation. But I don't know if we want to touch on that.
Yeah, so somebody told me to read this book called "Men Are from Mars and Women Are from Venus" or something like that.
Absolutely.
Men are from Mars and women are from hell. I don't know
Women are
what.
from hell.
Like,
Shut up.
I don't
Men
know
are from
what.
Mars, women are from Venus.
That's what it is.
Yes.
I know it's hot at Venus too, and which I think Mars is a little cooler.
I ain't never been there before.
I have no clue, and you don't either.
Hey, so so the game, what I'm saying. So I'm saying that again. So here's just my, just I'm saying game outweigh women's intuition in a lot of ways.
I mean, but if you want to sit there and say, because maybe males game can manipulate a situation a little bit more, or manipulate the woman into getting what he wants out of the situation. But I mean, is that something to be proud of? Because I feel like honesty is something that's
Yeah,
probably
why are we
more
even coming with
important.
game? How old are we? What kind of what is this game nonsense we talking about?
That's a good question. Because we still playing games at what age?
At what age? How old are we? We on the playground with it? What we doing?
Hey, we're in the playground. Now we're not in the playground.
We at recess.
No, it's a game. I'm just saying game. So game not like you playing a video game or you playing game. I'm just saying game is doing like your rap, your approach, your what I'm saying, your
When I
woo
See, when you
factor.
say
When I think of
approach, that's
game-
different than game. Game
Yeah,
is
yeah,
about
Right.
woo
playing.
factor.
When I think of game, I think of let me
Playing.
see what I can get from this person. Let me see how I can sit there and move to make this person do the things that I want them to do.
Let me
And
see
even
how
though
I
I'm
can
not being
win.
honest or 100 about myself, I still want to see how I can get them to do what I want them to do
But why
without
do
me
And
you-
how
having to
can
do other
I
stuff.
win?
So
Not
why
how
do
can
you
we
consider
win?
it
How
not to
can
be
I
honest?
win?
Yeah, but why do you consider it not to be honest? A person not to be honest. I can be honest, but I just have, I just have that woo factor. Pimps are very honest. You know
No,
what I'm saying? You
honest
haven't
is
seen
But
a
are we
pimp
talking
that,
about game? 'Cause-
it's a mutual benefit to be gained. If you're going in so that you can win, because that's how people play games. They compete and they want, and there's somebody that wants to be the winner at the end.
Right.
So if you're coming at me with game, that means you're not coming into a mutual relationship
Genuine.
in which we're going to we're going to mutually benefit.
You
Huh.
trying to win. Yeah.
yeah, we trying to win.
But
No,
why
not
does it
we,
have to be someone
you.
winning over somebody else? Why can't it just be, like we said before, an unconditional situation or a genuine situation where both people are coming in with the same intentions? If the woman is coming in with genuine intentions, using her intuition, and the man's coming in with trying to win with this game that he's trying to play, I mean,
It's
is
all
the
force, right? There's unbalance right there.
And he ain't playing
somebody
no
need to
game.
carry somebody's one. Something need to happen.
Yeah, so he's not playing game. He just have game. He just got a way. His method worked. You saying intuition? So I
But
realize.
method, why
His
not just be
method works
yourself?
for
Why not
who?
be
Him?
That is being himself. But he's got a mythology, the way he get women, the way he get.
But does him being 100% genuine and not coming in with words or games or like all the different gameplay,
Oh,
would he still be able to make the same, like, come with the same type of results?
No, you have a way. You know what I'm saying? So, man.
I'm 100.
So okay, so man, say, look, Charlotte, look, you ain't really my type for real. You know what I'm saying? I just, you know what I'm saying? You ain't really my type. You ain't
Alright,
really look that
cool.
good. But you know what I'm saying?
That's
but,
cool.
But you the only one in here. You buy, you know what I'm saying? And I need to go in, and I'm trying to go home with something.
To
so,
me, that's game
Again,
still. Why
that's-
not be genuine? You don't
that's
have to.
genuine.
You don't have to. Why not just walk up to the girl and say, "Hey, what's up? Yeah, I mean, we the only people in here. You trying to go and you know what I'm saying?
Be say exactly what
Go
that's
handle
not-
something
that's
like-
game. You
That's
said
not.
be
That's
honest.
honesty.
You said
That- to
honest.
be
If a guy
honest.
came to me and told me all he wanted to do was screw, like then okay, that's honesty compared
That's
to
the
somebody
honest
saying,
truth.
"Oh, let me try to sit there and you know what you doing? Like how you want to do this? You want to be in a relationship?
How
What you
are
want?
you?
All the things
How
or
you
whatever it is they got to do to try to get the woman home
All
with
the
them. If it
conversation-
ain't
all the
100%, all I
conversation
want to
that
do is
goes
screw you
around
and
trying to
leave you, then it is game.
All
Nah,
the
you know what I'm saying? You
conversation
ain't
that
really
goes
my
around
type.
trying to get a woman would not be happening if that man just was honest that I just want to sleep with you tonight. I
That
just trying to
part.
bed something tonight.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I'm saying. You ain't, you know what I'm saying? You ain't really my type. You really not that cute to me. But since you the only one in here, I'll take it. What's up?
And
know what I'm saying?
he should be able to articulate that just like that and see
So
what he
she
gets.
knows what's up.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So why would you say if he come be honest with you, let you know, look,
But
you
that's
ain't,
not if he's not.
you
If,
ain't really the one.
is
or
he
the
saying
two.
that? Is
You
he
ain't
saying
the-
that?
Yeah, you ain't really the one. You really
Okay.
ain't the two. You probably the 3, 4.
So, do you think he's gonna get her to go home with him?
No.
So
Okay.
he's going to say whatever he can to win in getting her to go home with him.
Right. Which is not honest.
Right.
He going to
So
make
what
her
I'm saying,
feel
so-
like she's the 1 and the 2, even though he thinks and feels like she's the 3 and the 4. He's going to make
Right.
her feel like she's the 1 and the 2
No,
just
he
to
gonna
get
make
what
you
he
feel
wants
like
for the
nothing.
night.
But I'm saying, but women don't want honesty.
Women
Yes,
want
we do.
honesty.
No, they don't.
Yes,
No,
we do.
girls may
As a
not want
woman,
honesty. Women want honesty. Girls may
Women,
not.
women cannot handle the truth.
Boy, if you don't
we
get-
can handle the truth just fine. I think a lot of men can't handle the responses that come from the truth that they give. If you're gonna give the truth, please understand that me standing in who I am, I might not respond to you the way that you want me to respond, but I'm going to respond in a way that I've taken this honesty that you've given me, and I've internalized it, and now I'm giving you back my response to it. And just because that response isn't what you want doesn't mean like that shouldn't be the symbol of, oh, we can't take it, because we can take it just fine, but you know it might not get you where you going, where you want to go.
Oh, you think so?
100%.
Right. So
Thank you,
women
Lynn. I didn't
into-
even have to
so-
jump in on that. Thank you very much.
Hey, so I got a question. So why is women intuition leaving so many women single at their baby shower?
We just told you that not everybody is in touch with their intuition. That we are not trained. We are not taught.
But this is like a pandemic. This is not a small scale.
So when we say a lot of people aren't in touch with their intuition enough to know and be able to distinguish, a lot of women are out here trying to just find some comfort or love from a man that's pretending to offer love but not necessarily offering the love, but just trying to sleep with them. And so they wind up getting caught up in these situations with someone who's promising love but not delivering on it. And so they wind up with the children, wind up at the baby shower by themselves, or whatever it is. But that maybe, I don't know if that has to do with their intuition not being 100 as much as them
Intact. I don't
giving
think
the
it has
guy the
anything to
benefit of
do-
the doubt.
I don't think it has anything to do with their intuition being intact. The intuition is a tool. Your intuition is just to guide you before you make the mistake, okay? Before you go the wrong direction.
Right. And a lot of times it can be confused as something else. Like your intuition could be confused as fear. It can also be confused as, okay, I don't want my past history to influence my decision or my thought process. So let me go ahead and just give this person a try. Let me give them the benefit of the doubt. Because it might be, okay, I'm probably thinking this guy's going to do me like all the other guys did me, but let me go ahead and put that aside. So that, because guys also say, I don't want, like, why is she treating me the way, why is she treating me like the other person that treated her poorly in the past, or whatever you want to call it, however they say what they say. But I mean, it could be a lot of different things. It don't have to be intuition that she's talking about or that
Right.
she's listening to.
Now you make a great point. I know someone that the big goo is definitely trying to help them mend, their relationship before they lose it all. But one of the main things that this fella feels charged, that his woman is steadily charging him for everything that she's been through. So just because she was cheated on or lied to or whatever, now everything that he says or does have to be verified by Congress. And this is not
So much.
a healthy relationship. That's not a healthy relationship.
Was it just the stuff that happened? Go ahead, Danielle. I know I've been
I
talking.
had just wanted to I'm gonna get back to Magic's point over here. I just wanted to also add on to what you were saying about this intuition thing. We cannot discount the fact that we as human beings can know better and still not do better. We can know that this person may not be the best, but I'm going to accept this because I love and like all this other stuff about them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that is a total dismissal of intuition. That's just, I'm making a decision to settle for this. So that happens because it is hard for people, not hard, it takes time for people to really genuinely find a match. And people just feel like, listen, I got to level on something. I'm going to level on what's loving on me, even though that's not all of what I want, or my intuition tells me different.
Yeah, but that's what my dad told me. And my dad said, "Love who love you." Love who love you, and it's a simple thing. It's definitely a simple thing to love who love you. But the intuition versus game. I think that we got to put one of the check marks towards game. Game is definitely, a force to be reckoned with. You know what I'm saying? A woman goes on a date to be wooed and wowed, to be impressed. You know what I'm saying? So when have you trusted a guy, or when have you failed for a guy that didn't impress you in some shape or form? Something about it had to impress you.
And it can't just be his genuine self, his conversation, his
whatever.
personality.
Yeah, but you was impressed.
Yeah, but it wasn't his game.
Yeah, but
the game
but
I
that
usually
is his
roll my
game.
eyes at, like, okay,
Yeah,
you can sit there.
but that's his game. His game may be being his genuine self. It's still a game. That's the way he
I
gets
don't
it.
correlate those two.
But that's the way he gets it done. You know what I'm saying? See, because as a man, I'm gonna tell you straight up. See, that's what I'm giving you game right now, so you'll understand. See, because I'm my genuine self 100% of the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? So there's no reason for, but at the same time, but that's part of my approach to be. You know what I'm saying? Because I know my authenticity is gonna, that usually wins a woman over. To me being authentic.
But we usually talk about how a lot of people show up as their representative in situations. So when you first meet someone, you're not showing up as your representative. You're showing up as your authentic.
My authenticity wins for me.
Mm-hmm.
Now the next fella, his authenticity might not win for him. He may need to create something different.
So are you showing up with the intent to impress that woman? Or are you showing up to be your authentic self? Impressing her is not a thing in your head.
Right. Well, it's not a thing in my head, but my intent is, like in every room, is to win the room. It's to understand, you know what I'm saying?
Because the way I look at it is, I while I am honest and authentic in most areas of my life, I do also know that when I'm in a business setting, I represent myself a particular way. When I'm in another particular setting, I represent myself another way. So those are times when I might use game game. And even when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, introducing myself for the first time, I'm a lot more quieter when you first meet me until I get to know what's going on and know the people that's around me. But at the same time, I think some of that code switching is necessary depending on the purpose. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I'm very uncomfortable over here calling it game. You know,
Yeah.
it's just
That-
what you have to do to win the room, like he said.
But I wonder, are those two the same thing? Is code switching or in the game the same thing, or are those different?
Yeah, I would put them in the same boat. Because you sometimes we know as people we are transformers. People, you know what I'm saying, we have different personalities. We got, like you said, we got different sides to us. We got a personal side to us, we got a business side to us, we got a loving side to us, we got a meaning side to us. We have, you know what I'm saying, so we are transformers. So so me personally, I would put them in the same boat. I would. Code switching the game, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know if I would though, because when I'm around my family, I'm a lot different than I am in a business meeting.
Right, so
when I'm
that's
around the people I'm comfortable with, I'm a lot different. But I'm my more authentic self around my family and friends than I
Okay.
am in those
And it's
business
not
settings.
code switching
that's
or game. It's
Code
just who
switching
you are.
game.
But
Because you
but
can
the
put
game
on-
that I have isn't for the purpose of trying to, pull someone's heart. Like, I'm not trying to pull someone's heart. I might be trying to, leverage this situation for the benefits of the finances or the opportunity. But I guess it's the same thing. I guess it's the opportunity to be with the person. But at the same time, I don't know. I just don't see it as the same thing. I'm not about to play with nobody's heart.
Yeah, but we even got to the
I
heart
just
conversation.
while
We
you
just
talk about us
assumed.
being I'm sorry. While you mentioned us being transformers, I just know that we have filters and we know what filters to put on when and with whom. The game part of
Yeah.
it is what's coming out your mouth, what you're actually delivering. And that's where I'm having a little conflict of putting them in the
Okay,
same.
I can see that. I can definitely see that because that does paint the different picture where it's like, yeah, when I'm in those meetings, it's definitely, just the difference of what I'm saying and what, not necessarily who I am and what's coming out my mouth is still going to be the same thing. I'm not going to pretend to be,
Right.
Right. So now I'm glad that she mentioned filters. Mm-hmm. I'm definitely glad that she mentioned filters because we need to get to this, because I know you both got something to do. But however, so I wanted to talk about single relationships. Mm-hmm. How do you in a relationship but you're single? And and so one defining factor that lets you know if you're in a single relationship is that if you're in a long-term relationship and you're still using condoms, you are definitely in a single relationship. You know what I mean?
I have a problem with that. I don't think that I'm in a single relationship at all. I've been in a very long, 20 plus year committed relationship, and we use condoms, especially because the fact that I had an unexpected pregnancy. So it's not necessarily because I don't trust him or he doesn't trust me. We don't want any other unexpected situations.
Exactly. That's the same reason for me as well. I use condoms, but mainly because the hormones and birth controls don't agree with me. And so in most situations, if I don't want a baby, I'm going to use a condom. Like, I'm not going to sit there and play those pull-out games and everything like that. Because that usually, I know a lot of babies out here right now from those pull-out games. So I don't think that's...
pull-out game, come with experience and time, wisdom.
I'm not about to put my trust in somebody else to say, oh, my pull-out game is tight.
And let's not exclude the fact that we're getting older and women can be a lot more hormonal in
Right.
their older age. So the chances of them getting pregnant can possibly increase.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah.
So that pull-out game or pull-out gang? Because I'm part of the pull-out gang.
I don't know the difference. What's the difference? You're going to have to break that down.
Well, it's, well, it's a gang of men that, that we, that we have, became professionals at pull-out.
Oh, y'all have meetings and stuff?
Yeah, like pull-out, you know what I mean? Like, definitely, it's like going to a AA meeting.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like going to a AA meeting. So,
Well,
yeah,
some of them probably need to get kicked out.
I will,
I'm just letting you know that right now. Because I know a lot of babies that A lot of people with carrying around babies from them people that say they pull out game strong.
Yeah, that pull-out gang got to be strong. So but for the mass majority, we're gonna have to accept the fact that we definitely in a single relationship.
Yeah, but I don't think that actually defines the fact that it's a single relationship. I think there's situationships, and then I think there's relationships, and then I think there's a decision to be responsible in whether or not you want a child or you don't want a child, or you know what I'm saying? Because I think if women are on like birth control, that's another conversation. Because yeah, if you're on birth control, you might not need to use a condom if you're in a relationship. But if you're not on birth control and you don't want a child, I'm gonna need you to use that condom.
And just to speak to that birth control situation, birth control for women, if you're on it too long, you can have negative impacts based on it. So some people's doctors will take them off birth control for a certain amount of time, and then the likelihood of pregnancy increases again. So
Right.
I don't think
So
that the condom thing has to do with the single thing.
so
I think you just have to be responsible based on your situation, and I don't think that's to say that the relationship isn't legitimate or it is a single relationship. I think it just is individualized, and everybody got to play their hand the way that they.
play their hand. And so, okay, so with that being said, play your hand the way you play your hand, because I got another one, like a young lady contacted me. She say, Big Goo. She was like, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean to bother you, but she was like, she doesn't, trust the person she with, so because she doesn't know if he's a switch hitter. She was like, she's trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying, is the guy I'm with, is he bisexual or not? So she prefers to stay protected because she don't know if he's bisexual. Like, but
That's
she would,
smart too, because condoms ain't just protecting against babies; it's protecting against STDs and STIs as well.
right.
I think
So
that
she
is a
wanted
very
to know.
tricky situation because I don't know I would be sleeping with the person if I don't know their
That part.
their situation. Because
So how
condoms
do you
break.
identify?
So, God forbid the condom break.
It'd be
and
some
he is
hiders though. It'd be some people. The down low. That's still a real thing. So
exactly.
you
And
sometimes
like
So
I
you
how do
never
said,
you
know.
condoms are
identify?
not
But we
make
talking about
or
women's intuition now. Women's
her intuition is telling her not to be with him, but she's ignoring that. Her intuition is telling her there's something wrong here, and she's ignoring it, and she's coming up with a system to work around it. But like I
Right.
said,
Maybe he got
God
game.
forbid, God forbid she does not want to be with a man who's bisexual, and he truly is, and that condom breaks. Okay, so whatever her situation is in what she's choosing to do, she already feels uncomfortable. That's why she came to you with her question.
Yeah, she kind of questioned so, but she said, "How do I identify and know for a fact if he switch hitting or not?" And I'm like, "Well, young lady, I couldn't tell you for a fact there are a lot of things, but I can tell you there is a man code. Now, one of the things I can tell you some things to watch for. If a man put his socks on before he put his drawers on, that's a problem. So now it's.
I've never heard of that before. Okay,
But
I
I'm
what's
don't
the
know
other
why.
ones?
He just gave me a whole visual, and I really didn't want that.
I was
visual.
visualizing it as well.
Cause man not gonna do that. A man put his socks on before he put his drawers on. You know what I'm saying? Like no man gonna get out the shower, sit on the bed, put his socks on before he put his drawers. That's not gonna happen. Like so, you see what I'm saying? See, I be putting y'all up on game.
I mean, women don't either. I would be
Yeah.
more concerned with that person's mentality more so than whether or not he's switch
Nah,
hitting. But
nah,
if that's
women do
something
that.
that they have in their meeting class, the switch hitter, if they have their meetings every month and they say we got to put our socks on first, then
Nah,
I'll be
I
like,
don't-
okay, got
nah,
it.
No, cause most times, cause I see females. I live with females. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy.
So you
females.
saying women put their socks on first?
Yeah, they'll put their socks on. They'll walk around just their socks and nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like if you.
There you
if,
go, generalizing again, because that's not what I
I'm
do.
talking about what I'm talking about my experiences. So I'm not generalizing, and I'm saying
Okay.
so. Then she was like, "Wow, Big Goo, I never thought." I said, "Yeah, if you had an intimate session or getting ready, and he walk around with a shirt on and no bottom, like you know, these are telltale signs. You know what I'm saying?
I wish you see my face right now. I'm really trying. I'm picturing
I
this
wish
stuff.
I was there to see your face right now.
Hey, and I'm talking about he walk around with a shirt and no bottom on. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Who like, you know? So you got some telltale to see if you can't break the man code. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to know, why does it matter? If she's already sleeping with the guy, why does it matter?
I don't know. I guess she wanted to know, but I'm saying, you know, but I figured that this more information for other people to know. That, you know what I'm saying, certain man codes. This what you say. So you know, so that a certain thing. What's up, Latoria? So we talking about the man code. So if your man put his socks on before he put his drawers on, you know what I'm saying, you gotta watch that guy. You know, gotta watch him.
Okay, what's some of the other ones? I'm interested in this. So he
Socks
can't
before the
put his socks
drawers.
on before his drawers, and he
T-shirt
can't walk
with no
around with a
drawers,
shirt
walking
and no
around.
bottoms.
A shirt and no bottom.
Okay, what's the other ones? Because this is interesting right here. Let me take note.
Hey, right, that shirt no bottom. Cause you might you can't walk around with a shirt no bottom on. That that's gonna hurt them. Hey, that's gonna hurt the thing. You know, like you gotta watch, like, you know, what he doing with lotion. You gotta watch
What are you doing with that lotion?
what he doing
Okay.
How
with
quick
you
it
know what I'm
leaves
saying,
the
what kind
house,
of, you know what I'm
please
saying,
say
like,
it.
you know,
Is it a particular type of lotion we need to look out for?
nah, it just, you know what I'm saying, like, hey, in most cases, you know, men ain't,
There's a large
we
amount
ain't
of
getting out the
lotion being
shower.
purchased. Like, what do you mean?
Nah, we ain't getting out the shower and just, you know what I'm saying? Like, if he get the, like, you know, you might put lotion on your legs and your arm, but if he reach around, like he reach around, like if he said,
Reach around.
like if he reach around and start lotioning, you know, if he start lotioning his butt, now if a man put lotion on his butt, that's gonna be a problem. You gotta watch
That's a
him.
violation.
That's what, hey, man, don't
Oh
lotion.
gosh.
Man, don't just reach around and put lotion on their butt. You had, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to tell you. So, you know, so for right now, you know what I'm saying, I don't want to give out so much game for free, because some people got to pay for this. So,
Okay, got you. That's that consultation stuff, huh?
Right.
Right. So we'll give them 3 right there for free. You give them 3 for free. Hey,
Okay, got it.
Hey, if a man put his socks on before he put his drawers on, you gotta watch him. If he walk around in a shirt with no bottom, you gotta watch him. If he put lotion on his bum boom, you gotta watch him. Hey,
Lord.
so now, for y'all hearing that, now I know it had to ring a bell with you. Now I know you had to think about that.
No, what I'm thinking about over here is just, you know, I don't know if I would be dating someone who I feel like is, because to
Bye.
me it's cheating regardless if it's with a male or a female or whoever. So if we
Exactly.
don't have that trust in our relationship where you are still stepping out in it, like I'm gonna need you to go ahead and let me know so that we can set boundaries in our relationship, and I need you to go ahead and get tested and checked to make sure you're not bringing nothing to me, regardless if you're wearing condoms or not. Like, there's other things that can be spread without condoms or with condoms on, so I need you to get that checked.
This is true. And as far as that's concerned, like I said about this woman, and this is not to discredit her any, but if she's already sleeping with the man, I don't think, you know, I don't understand what she's looking for exactly. You're already sleeping with him. It's not like you gave yourself time enough to know if this was what he had going on, if this is his lifestyle or not. So either you make a decision, you stay or you go at this point, because you're already sleeping with him.
Hey, you already slept with them. So a lot of women people feel stuck. Not even gonna say women, men, but a lot of people, you know, they get related, they feel stuck because of the fact that they already then got in bed with it's a hard bond.
You can always stop. You can always stop having sex. I know a lot of times that takes some willpower, but I mean, you set the standards and the boundaries for your relationships. You don't have to keep doing it because it started. You know what I'm saying? Especially when there's other factors at play, like your health and like your safety and like your respect. You know what I'm
And like the
saying?
competition, now you got competition on both sides. Wow.
Right. But I mean, like, if I gotta compete with you, if I gotta compete with other people, I mean, like, if you not here with me and you don't want to be here with me, if you haven't made that choice, then keep doing what you're doing, keep playing your games
Yeah.
until you
But she
figure it
sounds like
out.
she was
Realistic,
dating.
though.
I don't know who this young lady is. She sounds like they just dating because she don't know him that well.
Yeah, it
Anyway.
sounds like a dating thing.
Yeah, I think they may be dating. She hit up the goo and she was like, "Hey, you know how? You know what are some identifiers that you would say? You know,
Latoria made a very good point here. She said, she thinks that the problem is that people don't want to start over and they don't want to take the time to get to know somebody else and start over. And that's true. But then you got to think about your time. How much is your
Right.
time worth? Because you don't want to be in a situation just staying because
Because
if there's something questionable, especially when it comes down to our health, we got to be
But-
clear on that.
between that and the fact that I don't just, because I've spent years in relationships that still wind up ending, so I don't base I try not to base my relationship on the fact that I don't want to start over, because it's like if you, whether you want to start over right now this year, or you keep going for another 5 years and stuff comes out, now you wasted 5 extra years. So it's like we still got to kind of, I'm gonna meet you where you at. Like, if this where we are right now in our situation and in our relationship, then you know what I'm saying, and you're not doing what you need to do, then I mean, I'm gonna just assume that this is where you are and we're not compatible right now.
And we need to take the time to get to know each other a little bit better before we start sleeping together.
Right.
I mean, that's easier said than done in some cases, but that's what needs to really be happening.
Right. That's 100% the truth, yeah. Because you can save yourself the time and the energy when you're into, avoid getting into something that may not be, aligned with you.
yeah, but I'm from the old school and I believe in long suffering. Like a lot of times,
Long suffering.
Yeah, long suffering. Like we don't long suffer enough. I mean, like,
I don't
think
believe
we
in that.
But I believe we in this cancel culture. Like like we canceling everything.
I don't
Like,
believe in cancel culture either, but what I do believe is my own personal, like,
They hate the black.
autonomy, satisfaction, happiness, and all of those things. I know that, like we always say, we only got one life to live. I don't believe in staying in something that could be emotionally, physically, or mentally abusive to me, where I can't be my best self and I can't be healthy, happy, and what I'm saying, all that things. Now, understand, I do understand that relationships take work. And I do understand that both parties have to, be patient with each other while they're growing and while they're learning. But there's bare minimums and there's like boundaries and standards that I do have for myself that I'm not going to bend on. And those basically have to do with whether or not I'm being treated well, whether or not I am generally, respected and happy, like those types of things. Because I can't be my best self for any child or for any work situation, any businesses I'm starting, or any other areas of my life if that relationship isn't, isn't healthy and is like, all that type of stuff. But
yeah.
I don't know. I probably am one of those more. I am pretty quick to chuck the deuces.
Well, you
Yeah,
said
so-
something
so-
very
so-
important that a
so
lot
those
of
are your
people
conditions.
don't factor in, which is the standards. Having a standard and setting boundaries for yourself.
And it's
And if
all
you're
based
not
on
doing that-
me. It's yeah.
Right.
It's the self.
Right. So a lot of time people, they get in relationships, get out of relationships, however you want to see it. But but then they say, like you said, y'all got my standards, my boundaries, or my conditions. That.
But the conditions are based on how I'm being treated, how I feel in that situation. And I understand feelings are individual, but I don't think it's anything wrong with making sure that the person that you're with isn't taken from you too much and negatively abusing, the relationship or you to the point where you have to rebuild yourself up.
Right.
I
So,
like that Latoria is on it today, boy. Latoria is on it.
Kids not adults,
No
yes.
long suffering. She said that's for kids, not for adults. We don't look at potential eyes as an adult. What you see is what you get as an adult. Either you like it and deal with it, or don't like it and keep it pushing.
That part right there. Okay.
So-
Yep.
Long
High
suffering,
five.
like again, you're taking things that are traditional, because that is a traditional statement. That's something that comes from the reference book of the Bible. So with that being said, that there is a term in that space, but we can't just force tradition because that's something that we learned about then.
Right.
That's not what we have to deal with now. We have to grow. We have to get into a space where we're
That
doing
part,
better
growing.
for self. And that
Right.
doesn't necessarily mean transferring over traditions that really don't benefit us today.
Yeah, I want to go back to Lyson Lynn, and she was talking about some of her conditions, or standards, or bars, or whatever, however she want to label them as, and you know what I'm saying. Then she said happy, and am I happy?
Yeah.
Am I this and this, that, and the third? So, and I meet, a variety of young ladies that say similar things, and I'm like, okay, so when were you happy? When were all these things that you saying that you need in this relationship, or you need from a man, or you need from me? When did you have that, and why did you walk away from it? So, like, and why don't you have it now?
Right now, I'm happy. I'm 100% happy. I'm good. I'm healthy. I'm, all that. I live in that space right now. So if the person that I choose to be with doesn't contribute to that, or doesn't add to that, then to me it's not something that is viable to me, because I'm not going to minimize what I deserve in
So
order
let's
to be
talk
with the
about it.
person. But yes, I have been in a relationship that has gave me those things. The reason why we're not together is because I want children and he doesn't want children. And so we had to come to that conclusion that the relationship is not going to be sustainable.
Right. So,
But we're still great friends.
hey, that's great. What's up, Jabbar? I appreciate you checking in, Jabbar. And so we get to a point of, okay, now we done got out of relationship, you know what I'm saying? So happy and such. Now, so now let's talk about kind of like science a little bit, and atoms, and and the fusion of atom and like a fuse. So and so we two different. Like you're an atom, I'm an atom. We float in space, and the longer we float in space, long when we finally meet and start to fuse together, there's gonna be a lot of friction. So when you blend in.
I don't think it has to be that if you
You
have
don't-
two whole people.
Okay, you don't think it has to
No,
be that.
if you have two people that has taken care of themselves and done the work on themselves, when they come together, they're going to give to each other. They're going to find that balance, especially if it's something that they're supposed to be in. If you find friction, then I need you to run the opposite direction.
Nah, friction. I mean, it's a part of life. Even when you start a new career, something you never done before. So even when you go into, like, if you've never been a news anchor, when you go into them doors and you get in there, you start to figure out how to be in that world and to coexist in that world. It's gonna be challenges. It's gonna be, it's gonna be some friction. It's gonna be things that have to be smoothed out. There's not gonna be, now in a perfect world in your mind, and that's what I think the unrealistic expectation is that's why we definitely was failing, because we go in thinking that, hey, you know what, because you were told that, if it's good, it's gonna be easy. You know what I'm saying? If it's right, it's supposed to be easy. You're supposed to have no problem. You don't supposed to have no stress. But then, you know what I'm saying? But there are trials and tribulations. You know what I'm saying? Everything you have in life is gonna be tested.
So I'll explain how I handle those types of situations. I understand there's going to be friction in it. But for me, it's if I'm in this situation and there's friction and we can't communicate and we can't come to a common ground, then I'm going to remove myself from that situation. I'm not going to sit in it while all that like miscommunication and all that other stuff where we can't come and find a common ground. I'll remove myself from that situation, and either you can continue to work on yourself or I'll continue to work on myself, and we can try to come back later. But I'm not going to sit in something that's unhealthy just for the sake of not being alone.
Can
didn't say
when
that. I'm just
in this
saying
in the
that.
case of this healthy relationship thing, you know, a lot of people are basing things off of past relationships or things that they have seen as they've grown up or things that grandma, grandpa taught them, whatever the case is. What are we dealing with in our present? Number one, who are you as a full man? Who is the woman as a full woman? And how effective are they together is the issue.
Right.
Not so much as, well, you know, I've seen this happen and I've dealt with this situation. We definitely have not had models of healthy relationships, black, male, female relationships. We haven't had any models of what that looks like to say, okay, this is how you do it. So a lot of things you're bringing in stuff that you've seen growing up where people will sit in uncomfortable situations and argue and go toe to toe. And it may even become domestically violent if it's not cultured right. So we have to do what we know is smart now. We have to know who we are, what we're bringing to the table, and how to be effective together. Period.
Right.
Right. So, and conversing is key. I get that to I get that to Latoya. Well, what up, cuz? That's my cousin Angela. She checking in.
And being honest with yourself, because a lot of people will get into something and they know it ain't supposed to work or it ain't gonna work, and they still try to make something fit that's not going to fit. Like, you guys have different values, different beliefs. You guys have different habits.
Attracting. Oh,
It's
let's
just
be
an
together
attraction,
because they say
right?
opposites attract.
Opposites attract.
They do
And
to
just
a
'cause
degree,
you
but that
opposite-
if they're opposite, they're not necessarily supposed to be together.
Well, see,
And
I don't
like
agree with that
Latoya
notion.
said, like
I don't
Latoya
agree
said,
with
in
that notion.
in communication, it's necessary. Communication is the basis of life. If we didn't have communication, there would be no life. So we have to be able to communicate and learn and
Yes,
grow
to
with what
self-love.
each other's needs are.
So, but a lot of people say communication. You hear that communication, that communication word all the time. You know, and I'm a fan of my own theory. C before E. Communication before expectation. So so that's my theory. C before E. You know, that's Big Goo theory. So I'm a fan of that. But however, what is communication? What is the people don't know how to communicate?
You talk about your values. You talk about what you want out of your life in general. Like, as I said, I had to have a conversation with the person I was with. We were all bubbly and happy in our situation, and the truth hit us where he doesn't want children long term, and I do. That is part of the communication process where we could have ignored it and just kept, in this, blissful relationship or whatever you want to call it. But that communication, it invoked honesty, and we had to be real with ourselves and know, okay, this won't work. This isn't conducive
That goes
to our
back
growth.
to communication with self. That
So-
goes back to the intuition thing that you brought up too. You know
so
when
I'ma go
something is
back to
not right, or you
communication.
being honest with yourself in the relationship that you're in. Like Ben
Right.
said, I want kids long term. He doesn't. If I'm gonna be honest with myself, this may not be the best relationship for us to continue trying to go down because we have two different wants at the end of the day.
Right. And you only learn that stuff by communicating with the person. What do you want? How do you see your future? What does your future look like? You know what I'm saying? Because if your future looks different than mine, then maybe we aren't compatible, or maybe we are playing in different fields. Like,
So I'm gonna break some science down because we could talk about the communication and what communication ain't saying that we communicating, but are you communicating with a person that have real comprehension skills? So now one of my mentors, Julius Moore, taught me how to listen. And I had to understand what listening is and understand what that is. You know what I'm saying? So just because you talking and having a conversation doesn't mean that you're communicating at all.
This is true.
So people say, oh, well, we talk, but we didn't communicate. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't understand. So you have to see a communication to me is understanding everything, the unspoken language, the
Verbal,
understanding
the body, all gestures, tone.
right, the your intent. You know what I'm saying? Because I can say something and it come out my mouth one way, but you knowing me and understanding and knowing how to listen to me. See, people think
that's part of patience.
Yeah, so
that's part of being patient with the person that you're
you
dealing
got to
with.
know how to listen to that particular person. Just because you say, "Hey, I heard," but that don't mean you know how to listen to me, and I know how to listen to you. Now, I may have figured out how to listen to them, but I hadn't figured out how to listen to you, and you hadn't figured out how to listen to me. You hadn't figured out how to comprehend what comes from me. I hadn't figured out how to comprehend what's come from you. So then we sit here and we have a roundabout conversation or whatnot, going back and forth or communicate or what we think is communication, and it's not communication at all because we're not because. That means I'm gonna receive. I'm gonna take something you say, and I'm gonna take it within me. I'm gonna let it get in me. I'm gonna say something. You're gonna take it within you. But if everything you saying bouncing off of me, and everything I'm saying bouncing off of you, that's not communication.
So
and
let
we
me say
have this idea that it is.
Let me jump in on one thing. If I could take us back to last week where we were talking about dating and being prepared to date, being in a space that you're dateable, right? Where we're talking about being able to hear people, comprehend them, understand them, read through intent, pay attention to intuition, all that kind of stuff, where we're talking about all of that. The first place we should be learning to do that is with ourself. If we are not talking to ourselves properly, if we are not communicating within properly, you will not know how to communicate with another. If you do not know how to love you properly, how do you know how you want to be loved, should be loved, and then how to love on another? So it all goes back to self, starting with self first. Are you in a healthy relationship with yourself before you start trying to reach out to be in a healthy relationship with somebody else? Because I can't tell you how many times people betray themselves just to be in a relationship. They accept things and do things that they really don't want to be doing just for the sake of saying, I want to be connected to this person. So
Right.
we already got a problem.
Exactly. Latoria's making a really good point too over here in the chat is in saying that no, that it will fall into assuming. Sometimes certain communication styles and techniques will fall into assuming or insinuating things instead of asking, what do you mean? And not talking at each other or with each other. You like basically what I'm hearing her say is that you need to make sure you're both are understanding each other and both understand what each other is saying, because words are very tricky, and especially when they're attached to emotions, where I might say something and you might take it a particular way and it might not be the way that I'm meaning it, but because it's something that you don't like and you are trying to win an argument, you might take it and run with it instead of listening and trying to actually interpret what I'm saying as, out of the love that I'm trying to give it to you in.
Ooh, now let's go back to that, cause you said trying to win an argument, and that now this where there's fire there's smoke. Cause most people, they get so engaged and so emotional, they not trying to save what they have, they just trying to win the argument. You see what I'm saying? So they get the focus. They take all the focus is not on preserving what we have. It just went to, I want to make my point. I want to feel this argument, and then it gets to be a hurt for hurt situation.
And that's where it's no longer healthy. We're not in a healthy space anymore, because what is the win?
You know what? And that makes a good point. Instead of saying we just need to communicate, we need to actually say we need to communicate, like have healthy communication.
Absolutely. Gotta add that gotta add that adjective in there. Just like communication, we don't need to just be having communication. We need to have effective communication. Communication that works, that's getting us somewhere.
Right.
Right. You know what I'm saying? We need to have, and to sit down and to have a courageous conversation is always a great thing. Now, but you don't want to be bogged down. Like, what I'm saying, if we have issue, let's deal with it and move forward. Now, what happens, and I see happens a lot, like for us, and I'm just gonna now I'm gonna single out our community in our community. When I say our, I mean in Black. We feel like we're being adults when we talk about issues all the time, problems all the time. So, and we're seeing that growing up. Like, so we have a relationship, so you feel like you're not in a real relationship, you're not handling adult business unless you're talking about an issue or a problem or
I don't
whatnot.
agree with that. I kind of believe that there's some topics that need to be discussed so that there's a particular resolution or an agreement. And even if it's an agree to disagree, let's handle things this way. I think sometimes those discussions are important because I do notice that a lot of men is like, nah, this, I don't want to talk about that. You know, you trying to make a big deal out of certain things, or, you know, it's a topic that we don't need to discuss. I could be wrong, but that's kind of how I usually hear it. Like, women usually want to discuss some of the more difficult topics. But in that, I think those things might be necessary because those might be the cancer in the relationship that might fester and make the problems
Also,
bigger.
But I don't think
the
it's
fact that we
women-
have a hard time having uncomfortable conversations, we got to be a little bit more mature around that. There's going to come times where we're not going to agree in the relationship. There's
And
going
it
to
should be
come times
fine.
where a conversation is not going to be comfortable for everybody in the conversation. That doesn't mean there's an attack. That doesn't mean that we should consider the things that's put on the carpet. And people get their feelings hurt and put themselves into it instead of looking at the problem that's being put forth.
Right.
So it's very important to, you know, to keep that in mind, that we're going to have times where we're going to be uncomfortable in this talk. I
And I
don't like
think those
something
are
or you don't like
necessary.
something, and we just need to have it out.
Those are
And we-
necessary so that you
Yes.
like that's part of the so that long relationship won't turn into the long suffering, because usually that suffering part of it comes from someone feeling unheard, which makes them feel unhappy, or someone feeling unfulfilled, which makes them feel unhappy. So it's like, let's make sure both people in relationships are meeting each other, you know, at the same point or in the same space, and both of them are being fulfilled in the relationship. It can't just be a one-sided situation where one person don't want to discuss it because that is going to make them uncomfortable or going to disrupt their lives and their norm.
And so now I'm gonna go back to one of my people, Deion Sanders, and Deion Sanders said, you know what I'm saying, hey, you know, my peace is everything to me.
Same.
You know what I'm saying? My peace is
Absolutely.
everything to me. And I just seen a clip that was sent to me that he said, don't let no man, woman, wife, child, nobody disturb your
Disrupt
peace.
your peace.
So now you want to bring things up. Now, if a person want to bring things up and bring things, and like I said, I'm a fan of C before E, cause that's, you know, my philosophy, that big goo philosophy. C before E. So I believe in communication. I believe in having the courageous conversation. I believe it. But once we address certain things, and you want, you know what I'm saying, and once I done gave it, I had to give. See, I don't want to keep revisiting it. See, I want to keep pushing forward. And some, you know, and some people can't do that.
But
So, and then
you're saying
it becomes
I.
to where
You're saying I in
then
that
it comes
state.
to where my peace is being disturbed, and it ain't the fact that I don't want to talk, but the fact that I'm to a point where I'm trying to protect my peace.
So in that situation, how I would probably respond is I'll be like, okay, since we can't come to a conclusion, your peace, you don't want your peace to be disturbed, but my peace is disturbed sitting in this, right? So let's go ahead and part ways, because you don't want your peace, like, we're not compatible at that point. Now we should be, but for me, it's kind of like that's the whole purpose of a relationship, is to make sure that both people in, not just the I, but a we, is
Thank you.
satisfied.
There was a lot of I in that. If we're in this relationship together, there's going to come a time where we're not going to agree, absolutely. However, the peace, we can find our peace in the lack of us agreeing as well.
Right.
We can find our peace.
Right. So
When you
Let's find
decide
out-
to shut down the conversation because you can't find peace in it, because we can't agree, that doesn't mean we shouldn't revisit. Because we're together. If we're equally together, if we're equally yoked in being together, then it's important that we work this out. We got to come to, how do you teach your children how to resolve conflict? How do you teach them how to resolve conflict in their
and
relationship?
that's another thing. And that's another thing. You know, I'm a certified counselor. So, you know, and so I believe in methodology. I believe in when you get into a situation with a person, like even when you go into a job, and they're gonna sit you down, they're gonna give you their hand, but they're gonna give you their PRH. And usually in that PRH, and they're gonna tell you, if you have a situation or a problem come up, this is the way we handle situations or issues here. So each relationship should be, you should have a PRH. You should have a policy and requirement handbook for your relationship. Because you do need, I feel like we're in a time with so much technology we do need a systematic way of dealing with our issues.
That's part of that communication, upfront communication. What do you need from me? What boundaries do we need to set for our relationship? That's part of that.
That comes out in the dating aspect before we start sleeping together, hopefully, that we're clear and we have a mutual agreement on the direction we want to be going in this thing we're doing together.
So I know, Miss Hillman, you got to get. I know you said you got to make a move.
Yes,
to the 30,
I hate to run. I love, boy, this is some good stuff. And then Latoria jumped on. She said something. I didn't get back to her, but when she had mentioned that, as Black women, we might nag a little too much. I wanted to touch on that subject right there about we as Black women and the nagging aspect. I'd love to hear more from her on that, but I have to get ready to pull out of here, you guys. It's been awesome. Keep the conversation going. We need these conversations.
Yes.
We need to find some solutions in our conversations. Magic, that carry the one. You got me with that. I love it. I'm a rock with that one for today. I'm gonna be carrying the one.
It's plenty more where that come from. You have a blessed and awesome day, young lady, and I appreciate you checking in. And and like for so before you go, for people can really understand, man, we spar together, we spar, we want to take, we're gonna take jabs at each other, not in no disrespectful way, but however, I think that that we're starting to do what we're saying we're doing and show people how to communicate, that you can agree to disagree, and you can stand on your own and believe what you're saying, and and it's not like people got to get so much out of their own way, and I think that we're doing a good job by showing people that hey, there is respect at the end of the tunnel.
Absolutely, and I'm very thankful and appreciative for this platform to do it from. I think this is a great platform, and Lynn, love your input. Big Goof, you the relationship king guru. So
yeah, relationship guru over
that's
here.
how we do it.
Right. So I got LL here, licensed Lynn, and I got licensed Lynn. Only like, and people like to categorize me as a hood person. So or whatever. But but I would like to say, well, I'm one of the few to have, what I'm saying, a podcast, radio TV podcast with the caliber of women that's speaking on here. So, so I like to give you ladies a big shout out after Father's Day.
Thank you.
Big shout out after Father's Day. That, that y'all are strong women, and, and y'all do what y'all do, man. So you can tap out. We good. Any parting words for the people you got? Cause what I'm saying. Cause I still have, I still got time on here. So I got to do my featured teacher. What I'm saying. When I get to the music part, I do my featured teacher, and I break down some of the lyrics of some of these love songs and whatnot.
My parting words to the people for me for today would be: love yourself. Love on yourself. It'll help you know how you should be loved from outside of yourself.
Right.
And definitely maintain your peace.
Hey, that's what's up. I appreciate you.
Love
man.
it.
And we here with licensed Lens. So what we got going on? Young lady, I know we ran a little over time.
Yeah, we did. I got a few minutes.
All right, so we definitely ran a little over time today with that part. Appreciate the Latoria checking in, man. Latoria, man, appreciate you too, Latoria, man, being part of this conversation today. Hey, man, your engagement is always awesome. I appreciate you supporting the fam over here. We do. And this what we do, man. This thing is starting to grow, man. This thing is starting to grow. I think it's gonna catch its own little wings, man.
Good.
She say Aretha Franklin should be the It should be the featured teacher today. Aretha Franklin should be the free. So what song Aretha Franklin? See what I'm saying? See, this is starting to get fun, man.
You so
Look,
silly. I just thought about respect.
respect. Oh,
I mean,
let's see if I got
Respect
that.
talks a lot about self-love, like, RESPCT. Find out what it means to me. I need to be respected because I love myself enough to know these things.
So, man, so, she said Aretha Franklin should be the, you know, now what was Aretha daddy name? LC. Now he was hell. Hey, you ain't seen the Aretha Franklin story? You ain't watched Aretha
I
Franklin?
seen the movie that just came out. with
Not the
Jennifer
movie.
Hudson.
It's another one.
Oh, the
movie
TV
don't
show?
Yeah, the show.
I haven't seen that one yet.
The show. What is it, LT Franklin or L's? Yeah. Yeah. So what's Aretha Franklin dad's name? Oh, she got some hits too. So, but let's start with respect though. Let me pull that one down. I'm gonna pull respect down. Oh, LC, Pastor LC. Oh, she got some hit, boy. Hey, so I think we all agree that Aretha Franklin gonna be the featured teacher today.
Okay.
I think we all agree on that. Do we agree on it? Does the church say amen? Does the church
Okay,
say?
I'm gonna have to check that one out then. Latoya said the Lifetime is way better than Jay Hudson. Yeah, I wasn't completely impressed with that one, so I wasn't sure if I wanted to touch on Lifetime.
The featured teacher is Aretha Franklin. We pulling down the first cut is respect. Pulling this down. Let's see. Yeah, I like man. I forget the one, but LC, Pastor LC was no A. LC was no joke, but they were trying to make it like, that he was like, he fathered her first baby. And I ain't like that.
Oh, it was him. See, the movie said it was some other random
Yeah, but
person.
they were trying to make it say, but I it's just certain things that I don't believe. Like you couldn't convince me that, like they try to convince me that Martin Luther King was cheating on correct. Like, no, man. Like,
You don't think?
no, he got no.
I don't know. I mean, they could do what they want to. That's their marriage. But I mean, hey, who knows? I've seen guys do a lot of stuff with beautiful families. So I don't know.
No,
And I wasn't there.
I
So I
wasn't
can't
there.
even say.
You're right. I definitely wasn't there, but I don't believe that Martin Luther King did. Now I actually met a lady in Montgomery, Alabama, said Martin Luther King was dropping that dog leg off on him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he was all over the country. I honestly wouldn't put it past anyone in particular, but I love him to pieces, and I wouldn't vilify him for it, but because everything else he's done that's been amazing. But I mean, a man gonna do man things, and that's just what it is.
They said he was dropping that dog. Like they said, he was dropping but they said when he got stabbed that time, he got stabbed, and that knife came an inch.
Oh yeah, because I think the FBI had a recording of him admitting to something or with something or something like that, and they were threatening to release it.
Well, that's what they were saying, and he told them to go ahead and release it, because they was doing their thing. They was, they were trying to destroy his family. They were trying to destroy his family.
But that don't mean it didn't happen, because it still could have been. He was just like, you're not gonna vilify me. I mean, if they gonna threaten you with something.
Oh.
Latoya said even in his own movie and bio, it's admitted. He admitted to it. That's what I was thinking. I heard as well. Ain't nothing wrong with it if he was. Why couldn't he have done that? He could have been getting some on the side. That's fine. Let me stop. His wife has spoken on it. Nobody is perfect, and it don't take away from their work they have done. That's personal. I completely agree with that.
When she spoke on it, Latoya, I had never got her account. I never got her account, Latoya. Like when she spoke on it, I'm gonna have to look that up. Because
Would you think of him differently if he did?
Nah, I wouldn't think of him differently, but you know what I'm saying. But it definitely, because that's one of the things I pride myself on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a one woman man.
Mm-hmm.
Like period. Like hand down. Now, if I'm ever in a moment where something is foggy,
Meaning a break, a separation, we upset with each other right now, so we
Yeah.
ain't speaking.
yeah, so you know what I'm saying, something is foggy, you know what I'm saying, but for the mobile, I'm a one woman man, like, so that's one thing that I would definitely like to give the woman that I'm with. Like if I can't give her nothing else, I definitely want to give her
Loyalty.
the security of knowing that another woman, no matter what this woman is, no matter what her physical appearance may be, no matter what her bank account may be, no matter what her resources may be, there's no woman alive that can come and experience what you have.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I think that's an awesome gift to give. And you know what I'm saying? And me being a man, like, cause when I was doing the Martin Malcolm Magic thing, Martin Malcolm Magic project, I don't know if you remember when I was going around and speaking at the different schools and colleges and stuff, I was doing the Martin Malcolm Magic project because cause that's who I kind of pattern myself behind, like men like Martin and Malcolm.
Yeah.
I don't believe that they were those kind of men because now I wasn't there. I can't say 100% what happened. I can't say 100% what didn't happen. But however, I believe in my heart that they, that they carried some of the same values that I carry, and I think that's why I identify with them the way that I do.
Yeah.
So, and now that we're in a phase of we got cancel culture, and now we don't cheat, but black men don't cheat. So black men don't cheat. So black men are cutting out the cheating part. Black men we are definitely standing up. Now we are not getting praise for that. That's not getting accepted. Like it's so hard for our women, black women, to accept the fact that we are.
I think the ones that that are, then okay, 100, but it's not necessarily that all of you guys are. So it's difficult to give, complete, appreciation or respect to the general population of black men when there's still some of y'all brothers who aren't upholding that, that we don't cheat identity. So.
Okay, so listen, I got the song pulled down. It's another one.
That's what I was thinking about that too, Latoya. The fact that poly is something that a lot of people do practice, and it's not necessarily frowned upon to have more than one partner. It's a matter of the honesty. Like if you're willing to be honest with what you do and how you do it, it's a little bit of a different conversation than someone just being a one woman person. Now, of course, most people would prefer a monogamous relationship. I don't even say most people, but some people do. And in that respect, it's like, yeah, if you are presenting yourself as a monogamous man or woman, then that's what you need to be. But if you sitting there, saying you're monogamous but playing the field and doing what you do, then I mean that's a different conversation. I don't think it's about the cheating as much as it's about the dishonesty. That's probably why Coretta still gave her husband the type of respect. Well,
Okay.
If she knew about it or if he told her about it, then it's it's a different conversation.
Lady Cute, what's going on? Lady Cute checking in. Appreciate you checking in, Lady Cute, man. I'm talking about, look, I got some, I'm talking about, we got some real riders over here. You know what I'm saying? At some point, they gonna check in, and I appreciate the love, man. I appreciate the love.
Yes, welcome, welcome.
Hey, so we have agreed today, Lady Cute, that Aretha Franklin is gonna be the featured teacher for today. I'm pulling down a couple songs. We're gonna start with her. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we're gonna end with her, but we're gonna start with Aretha. And we, you know, and I'm pulling down some songs. And I'm pulling down some songs now that, you know, that should put us in the right mindset. So the featured teacher today is Aretha Franklin. And we starting out with respect. And we starting out with respect. We starting out with respect. Do we even know the words to this song before I even start playing it? Do we even know the words to it?
Most of them, but you can, once you play it, you know, we can definitely break it down more. But I know most of them. I know the idea, the main point of it.
Okay.
When I get home, give me that respect.
Oh, just say when she get home. Dr. Feelgood. Okay, that's another one. I'm gonna pull that one down too. But here we go. Okay, so now she started out with conditions. She done started out with conditions.
She said, I know who I am.
Now, okay, we'll go.
She said,
go
this
ahead.
is all you getting from me, all this loveliness, all this beautifulness. All I'm asking,
It's for a little respect. She,
when she get home, that's all
nah,
she wants.
she said she
She giving all of this to you, but all she want is respect. That
Yeah.
ain't too many conditions.
Nah, it just.
I think
but
it's
hold
fair.
on. We just talking about the first things. What she said, what you want.
Mm-hmm.
She said, baby, I got it. She said, what you need, you know I got it.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm asking is a little respect. You know what I'm saying? She said, now what you need,
She
baby,
got it.
I got it.
Meaning she got your back. Like, she's there for him. She's, you know, she takes care of home. She handles business.
She didn't say how. She said, she just
I
said,
mean,
what
but you can
need?
sit there and
I'm
listen to
saying-
what she said. She's saying it in a nice way or in a
Okay.
different way.
What you want, baby, I got it. What you need, you know I got it. All I'm asking is for a little respect when you come home. Hey, baby, just a little bit. When you get home, just a little bit. Mister, just a little bit.
She said, when you come home. Oh, she just said when she. Oh, so maybe she said, I don't care what you do while you're out there. So maybe she on the same thing you on LL. You know what I'm saying? Like she said, I don't care what you're doing. Is that what you're saying? She said, I don't care what you're doing when you're out there. Just don't bring it to my door.
I didn't necessarily hear that part of it.
I'm just saying. She said, I don't ask for when you come home.
Right. When she come home, she wants,
No, she said when you come
or
home.
when he comes home. Yeah, when he comes home, then she wants respect. But remember, what she was going through during that time was abuse and disrespect and all that stuff. So she wanted to make sure when he walked back through that door, you know, give me respect, treat me the way I deserve to be treated.
Let's see what the second stanza.
I ain't gonna do you wrong. Why you gone?
Woo.
I ain't gonna do you wrong, 'cause I don't wanna. All I'm asking is for a little respect when you come home. Baby,
Hey, she said, I ain't gonna do you wrong while you gone. And she said, I ain't gonna do you wrong while I'm home. Oh, well, what that mean?
It's pretty clear.
She
She
said, I
ain't
ain't
gonna do him wrong.
She said, I
She's
ain't-
gonna be loyal to him. That's what I heard.
Okay, that was just her loyalty. So this is a song about loyalty.
Well, she's just saying she's gonna be loyal. So all she's asking
Yeah.
is she's basically saying everything she's willing to give him and everything she is for him, all of this stuff, and that's all she needs. All she's asking is for a little respect.
When you get home.
Yeah.
baby, home.
When you get home.
Yeah, just a little bit. I'm out to give it all my money.
we got to stop at that. She said, I'm about to give you all my money. She said, "Oh, I'm about to give you." She said, she put that all in it. She put that emotion in front. She said, "Oh, I'm about to give you all my money." They don't built like that no more.
A woman
Yeah.
that gives him, listen.
She said, "Ooh."
Well, she's the one that's making the money. She was the one making all the millions and however much she was making.
She said, "Ooh, I'm about to give you all my money." Leader Bond, what it do, Bond? Appreciate you checking in. Leader Bond, hey, she said, "Ooh, I'm about to give you all my money." That's love. She love that.
I told you she's giving. She's talking about all she's giving, all she's pouring into him in that relationship.
Ooh, she said your kisses is sweeter than honey. And she
guess
said,
what?
guess what? So is my money. Ooh, she said, so is my money. Look, but she was was willing to pay for what she want, and most women are. Most women are. They willing to pay. If you a good man, you're a solid man, they'll pay for you, homie.
Right.
They'll pay. That's
Well,
what I'm
most
saying.
women
Don't-
will hold it down. They will
Hey.
hold it down regardless.
Hey, so
Most
don't be afraid to
women, some
require your
women.
love deposit. See, Aretha started the love deposit. That's what it started. That's what it started to sound like. Aretha, she started paying them love deposits.
She getting tired.
And she said, sock it to me, sock it to
She
me.
said, I'm getting tired of trying.
Ooh, now you see what Latoya, I'm gonna let you handle that comment with Latoya for that. What Latoya is
She's meaning she's taking care of him, giving him what he wants, and he's coming in with a messed up attitude, and she needs him to give some respect. She done told you she's faithful, so act right. Period.
I'm talking about the comment up under that one.
Oh, that means your isn't better than what I'm giving you, okay? So it ain't just about the it ain't just about all of that. He better come with a little bit more. She needs a little bit more than just what he laying down in the bedroom.
Hey, that's funny, that Latoya. That's funny. Hey, that's funny. You done hit
I mean, but you know what? There are some guys that think that them giving that is just enough, is everything.
Oh, some women think that them giving that is everything. They think like, hey.
I mean, but when you
ain't forever in debt.
But when we bring up what we talked about last week, it's about the fact that men just basically want a woman that look good and put it down. I mean, that should be acceptable, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, having.
But the man, he's supposed to be coming with a little bit more than just slanging it. He needs to be coming with the providing, the protecting, the taking care of home, and just a little bit of respect when he get home.
Hey man, hey, having that little package the women got it worse than financial aid. You be in debt, student loan forever. You be in debt with.
I mean, especially if your pullout game, like we talked about before, ain't right, because you gonna be in debt for 18 plus years.
Yeah, I'm talking you in debt the moment, like, you know what I'm saying? Women can be in a whole nother relationship with a whole nother man, and if you see them on the side of the road with a flat tire, and just because they had been with you, they expect you to still get the common courtesy to stop and help them, because hey,
Oh, 100%. If I'm on the side of the road and my tire is messed up, I'm looking at every guy that passed me by and don't stop and help me with the side eye. Because I know the men in my family, they're not about to just sit there and let a woman just.
you don't know that.
Well, the men in my family?
It's a lot of listen. I'm telling you.
I know the men in my
It's
family.
Yeah, and you don't know them in certain ways. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Like I don't know my sister.
No, I'm
in
not
certain
saying
ways.
in every way, but I do know that they're not gonna sit there and
Yes, they will.
just let a woman stay
Yes,
stranded.
They will. Yes, they
Especially
have,
not somebody that they know.
and they have done it.
100% not.
And they have done it.
Even somebody like the baby mama they don't really like, they still gonna sit there and make sure she's good before they send her on her way.
Hey, so we on Aretha, and Aretha we're talking about respect, and you know what I'm saying, when you get home. Yeah, she might have been doing everything, Latoya. She might have been doing everything.
She was handling business.
She was handling all that. She was handling all that. But you know what I'm saying? But
No, I was gonna say the guy she was with back then, based on the movies and all the stuff like that, he wasn't that dude. He wasn't somebody she should have been giving all of that stuff
hey,
to.
but he got good music out of it. You know what I'm saying? Cause this one of the ones that I like the best. And you know, the featured teacher today is Aretha Franklin. The featured teacher today is Aretha Franklin. Let's go with this one. Hey, Latoya, you better
Same
stop.
here.
You better stop, Latoya.
Same here.
Hey, you better stop.
I can change my own tire too, so I'll be fine. But I don't mean I want to do it.
Hey, one monkey don't. She talking about that song. One monkey don't stop no show. But I finally, they had me listen to it yesterday. I think, and then because I always liked the song, but I never really paid attention to the words of the song, so I didn't realize he was saying he need 3 women. Until they put me on that yesterday, so I pulled the song up, because I had been playing it at the little club or whatnot, but I ain't never just tuned into it. So he
Yeah.
he need 3 women.
What he
One-
needed 3 women for?
And one monkey don't stop no show. It's called Keep On Rolling. If we have time, we'll get to it. But I want
Is it a song?
it's a
Okay.
song. It's a song called Keep On Rolling. One monkey don't stop. It's one monkey don't stop no show. Let's go. But I want to hear this one.
Ain't no way for me to love you if you won't let me.
She said, "Ain't no way for me to love you if you won't let me." What she mean? What she mean if you won't let me? How I stop you from loving me?
Because some guys or some people they be a little bit more difficult. They be a little bit more difficult to actually let someone in. Open up to them. Let down their walls. Cause she can love you only to the extent that you're dropping your walls so that she can kind of get in there.
She said she can only love you to the extent that you dropping your walls. Aretha Franklin, a featured teacher today.
Okay, Latoya went on and let me know. 1 to lift them up, 1 to hold them down, and 1 on the side who just don't give. Okay.
Yes, so you hadn't heard the song.
I haven't, no.
So you know what? Because she hadn't heard the song, we might have to go ahead and put the song. We're gonna come right back to the featured teacher. We're gonna come right back to the featured teacher. We're not gonna abandon the featured teacher. We're gonna pause on that because she hadn't heard the song, and the Toya got us tripping over here. And so let's go and put it on.
Ooh,
So
I
she-
like that. Do Right Woman and Do Right Man. We're gonna have to pick that one up with Aretha's.
Yeah, I got that one. I got that one. Well, this is song. Welcome back, Lady Q.
Go ahead and leave, baby. There's one thing that I found out. I can't have one woman, gotta have three. One woman just to hold me down. One woman just to lift me up. Oh, yeah. And I gotta at least have one woman on the side that really don't give a fuck. So if you wanna leave, baby, go ahead and leave. Yeah. There's one thing that I found out. I can't have one woman, gotta have three. One woman just to hold me down. One woman just to lift me up. Oh, yeah. And I gotta at least have one woman on the side that really don't give a fuck. If you wanna go, baby, go ahead and walk out the door. But one thing that you gotta remember is one monkey don't stop no show. If you wanna go, baby, go ahead and walk out the door. But one thing that you gotta remember is one monkey don't stop no show. This train gon' keep on rolling. Oh yeah, just think our life gon' keep on going. Oh yeah, this train gon' keep on rolling. Oh yeah, just think our life gon' keep on going. Oh yeah, so baby you can leave, yeah, but I'll never be alone. Soon as you walk right out the door, I call Kim up on the phone. Me and Kim, we don't fuss and fight. With Kim, I ain't never wrong. Or I might just go call Keisha, go get my party on. See, I know if I ever get hungry and I want me something good to eat, I can pick up my phone and call GT. She'll fix something nice and sweet. If you wanna leave, go ahead and leave, baby. But one thing that I found out, I can't have one woman, gotta have three. One woman just to hold me down. One woman just to lift me up. Oh, yeah. And I gotta at least have one woman on the side that really don't give a fuck. So if you wanna leave, baby, go ahead and leave. Yeah. There's one thing that I found out. I can't have one woman, gotta have three. One woman just to hold me down. One woman just to lift me up. And I gotta at least have one woman on the side that really don't give a fuck. If you wanna go, baby, go ahead and walk out the door. But one thing that you gotta remember is one monkey don't stop no show. If you wanna go, baby.
Hey man, one monkey don't stop no show.
One thing that you gotta remember is one monkey don't stop no show. This train gon' keep on rolling.
Hey man, so what you think about that right there? You done heard that one now. Yeah.
I mean, yes, I'm hearing it now. I get it, cause I mean, but I wonder why he can't have one woman to do all of that. Probably because just in case one of them act up.
Yeah, he said one monkey say, hey, but I just got their names. He said he got Kim. He said Kim, he ain't got to argue with.
Yeah.
He said, or if he just feel like going party, he gonna call Keisha.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said if he wants something to eat, he call TT.
Yeah.
Now you know with a name like TT, you got to be able to cook. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
He
hey,
said with a name like TT.
yeah, you got to be able to cook. You know what I'm saying? So, but that one lit. So we had got you on point.
And yeah, y'all have to get me up to date on that one. I mean, I get it. I feel like the same thing with women. We probably need to go ahead and diversify our portfolio to have more than one.
Damn.
Have a few side pieces on the side.
Wow.
Someone to hold us up, hold us down, all the things.
Yeah, so let's get back. Hey, side piece Wednesday. Side piece Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you know, one monkey don't stop no show.
Yeah.
He said he gonna keep on rolling. Hey, he said he gonna keep on rolling. Keep on. And they say he gonna keep on rolling. So yeah. So now we up in here. So. Let's go back to some of this stuff. Let's go back to some of this stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh, who said something about do right? Who said something? Hey, who said something about do right? Cause that's not Aretha Franklin. That's Betty Wright. That's not. That's Betty Wright. But
It ain't no way for me to give you all you need if you won't let me give all of me. I know that a woman's duty is to have and love a man, and that's the way it was for me. Oh, but how can I give you all the things I can if you're tying both of my hands? Oh, it ain't no way. Ain't no way. It ain't no way. Ain't no way. It just ain't no way, baby. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, baby. Ain't no way. It ain't no way for me to love you if you won't let me.
so that's what she meant about ain't no way. There ain't no way for you to, like I never really, giving these songs analytical treatment is good, I guess. I think because I never paid attention to certain aspects of the song. Like so she fighting to love somebody that. So is she fighting to love somebody that don't want to be loved by her or can't accept love or what? Like I'm trying to get the gist of it.
I don't know. I'm thinking that's what she's meaning. I'm listening to these girls in Latoria and Lady Q in the comments. They going ham, right? I'm sitting here like yes, yes, and yes.
So what they talking about?
So they were mentioning how their expectations are so low with a lot of men nowadays. They worry about their money and their peace and their family, and they hooking up with guys in terms of their own personal sexual desires, but not worrying about all the other games that's being played.
Oh man.
So I mean, I get it. I get it. After a while of all the shenanigans, you kind of gotta figure out what works for you.
She said she okay with being single. She said she okay with being single and she just want to be happy. You know, and and to have that conversation, we were just having that I was just having that conversation with somebody. That's not what I want for my life. You know what I'm saying? That's not a desire of
A
mine.
marriage?
No, to be single.
So, okay, gotcha.
No, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I definitely have a desire to, to be a great father and a great husband. That's my dream. Before anything else, that was always been my dream, is to be able to have that cornerstone piece.
Right.
So that's always been my dream. So, but
Same here. I think for me as well, it's like that's the ideal. But I don't know that I'm not willing to compromise my peace and my happiness for it. And that means more to me than that, that ideal happily ever after that I have, just because we getting too old to be trying to deal with the craziness and re-heal hearts and all that other stuff. And I don't know if that part is worth it.
okay, I'm gonna tell you. So I'm gonna go to a song. We definitely had Lady Q is lit, man. I'm talking about, hey, like for real though, y'all. Like for
She
real.
said, pop my own cherry. I get it.
All right.
Oh, yep. She's so silly.
Hey, Lady Q. Hey.
I get it.
Hey man, like hey, it's all good. Keep on rolling up. But however, like for me, it's something in my heart. It's something, it is something in my heart. It's definitely something in my heart that keep me believing in something.
Yeah. No, I get that. I think for me that belief system is still there to a certain extent. But when you've been out in this field for a while, it's not that I don't think it's possible for me, but I just know that I keep my standards pretty high, where I don't want to compromise and all that other stuff to get it.
All right, so let me check this out right here. So I don't know if y'all remember this cut. Hey man, you gotta have something in your heart, people. You gotta have something in your heart. You out here looking for love and ain't nothing in your heart. She said there's no limit. I'm talking about she went Master P on you. She said there's no limit to the love I'm giving. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have something in your heart, man. Like, you took my love. She said, "There's no reason why we should be apart." Come on now, come on,
Yeah.
somebody. She said, "There's no reason why we should be apart."
Oh, baby. 'Cause searching for something not there will lead to lonely hearts.
Searching for something that's not there,
It's gonna lead to lonely hearts.
gonna lead to lonely hearts, to two lonely hearts.
To lonely hearts. We've come too far, so let it all in. I told you over and over again how I feel inside, but if you go, oh baby, there's something you should know. Something you should know. Something you should know. There's something in my heart.
Miss Goo, wait, Miss Goo out there. I know you're listening, Miss Goo. Miss Goo out there. I know you're listening. It's something in my heart. There's no reason we should be apart.
Lady Q, I'm loving it.
Hey, she talking about she done clipped musty toenail.
She said the guy took advantage of a good woman, home cooked meals, massages. She even clipped the toe. But, you know, she was taken advantage of, and that's where she ain't got that no more. There ain't nothing in her heart no more.
And she said it disappeared.
Oh,
It
it
can.
disappeared.
Can love disappear when it's in your heart? I don't think your heart is something you can't turn on and off. I don't believe.
Yeah, it is.
You think you can turn it on and off at will?
Your heart?
But you think you can turn it on and off at will?
I'm trying to think if it's my heart or if it's my mind. Because like when logic kicks in and I'm like, okay, do I want to continue playing these games with myself? Or do I need to go ahead and exit stage left? I think it's a combination of the two, but I know it's basically logic. But my heart, after being hurt so much, yeah, I don't know.
Something in my heart. Something in my heart got me hooked on you.
Hey, come on now. Something got me hooked on you.
Something in my heart. Something in my heart got me hooked on you. Baby, if we try, things will get better.
Come on, girl. Come on, girl. She said, "Baby, if we tried, the things will get better."
You know what's so crazy? Women nowadays, I feel like y'all might be losing us a little bit. We might be kind of drifting away, even though this one right here, the singing, is saying she's still there and she's trying. But I think, you know, that's why a lot of women are becoming more independent, because y'all might be losing us.
Nah, they listen to Lil Boosie, but we'll get to another
No.
story.
No one could tell me different. We should be together.
She said no one can tell her different. Man, she wasn't listening to her girlfriend. She wasn't listening to her miserable friends. She wasn't listening to them little miserable ones that, you know what I'm saying, that been scorned and broken.
But why you
and-
think they have to be miserable? Because I'm one of those women that's not miserable, but I will sit there and tell my friend who is miserable in her relationship
But
that
yeah,
maybe she need to kind of,
But who diagnosed you though?
who diagnosed what?
I mean, like you saying you're not miserable, but you know what I'm saying. But you had came and sat down with the goo, so the goo can
What
see.
you gotta ask? What questions you got for me to know whether or not I'm miserable or not?
You know, I can just tell by certain responses. You know what I'm saying, like
What
you know,
you-
it'd be a mask on,
Uh-huh.
like, and you may have convinced yourself that, like, people be depressed and they convince themselves that they're not.
No, I will
depressed.
say I've been depressed. Like I went through that depressive state, but now in my life, after finding that self-love and after figuring some things out for myself, yeah, it ain't unhappiness or misery over here.
Oh,
It's
that's Miss Chalet.
contentment.
That's Miss Chalet sang that song.
Which one?
Something in my heart. That's Miss Chalet. Yeah, that Miss Chalet. So you talking about Dre beat her? Did you see them in Miss Chalet? You ain't seen that story, have you?
Yeah, I did. I think I have seen it. It's a while ago.
But Miss Chalet, I thought it just came out. I don't know. I mean,
I
it
can't
may be old,
remember.
but I just seen it about
I
a
remember
year.
the story. I remember it back when it was happening.
Okay,
In
so
the 2090s, 2000, however long ago it was.
yeah, so I think I'm just not seeing the. Yeah, he definitely lusted after her. He didn't love
I
her.
think that's part of the process. Lady Q put up that she's been through depression as well. I think most women, most single women, because we have to kind of let that idea and all of our dreams and hopes kind of die. And I think with that comes, the discomfort of it. You got to sit in that, and then you begin to enjoy life on your own. You begin to take yourself on dates. You begin to enjoy your own time. You begin to find things that you enjoy apart from someone else.
Right.
And it's just as fulfilling because I still speak to guys. I still have that masculine energy around me, but it's not defining me to the point where I feel like I need it to be happy.
Right. And likewise, man. We should take a. We should take a. We should take a page out of LL book, the licensed land book. We should take a page out of her book. We have to find a ways as a people. I'm not finna generalize this into a gender for this particular statement, but as a people, we have to find a way to be happy with self. We have to have something in your heart that makes you happy with self. And so I did an event. And I don't know if you would want to be part of it again, but I'm gonna do it again, and I'm asking you live on the air. Hopefully you will want to be part of it. It's called a proposal. I did a self proposal event where I got a sponsor, had these big old beautiful mirrors, and people had to propose to themselves. Like I don't feel like you even should. You can't even marry yourself before you propose to yourself. You have to make a commitment. So when you ask people, say, hey, would you say, like, how would you propose to yourself? What would you say to you? And then people get stuck. They don't know what they will say to. They don't know what they'll say to each other. They don't know what they'll say to themselves. If they had to propose to themselves, they don't know where to begin.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They don't know what to give themselves. They don't know what words to say to themselves. But then you expect somebody else to be able to say certain words to you and propose to you. You can't even propose to yourself. You can't even make a commitment to yourself. So, so I want to do this a proposal event again. I only done it once. I want to do it twice. So if you had to propose to yourself, how would you propose to yourself?
See, now that's a whole nother question because I don't think the words you use to propose to yourself actually means whether or not you're willing to commit to yourself.
Right, but
like
what
I'm
would you
not.
say?
That's something I would have to think. Like if I'm being creative with it, that's something that I would think. Okay, I'm being creative. Me proposing to myself or me committing to myself just simply means, I promise to put me first, my happiness, my self-love, and all those types of things.
It can be simple, but what would you say to yourself and say, hey, I want to
Basically,
marry
what
you?
I just said. I promise to love myself, to take care of myself, to put me first, and to not allow anything that's going to be disrespectful or, abusive into my life.
I agree.
I could make it prettier, but that's the gist of it,
No, you ain't gotta make it pretty. You know what I'm saying? You want it to be real and
Yeah.
authentic. It's how self-proposal. Let's work on that event. Let's bring that back for the 223. For the 2023. Thinking about around, we'll look at it around by Valentine's Day 2023, somewhere around up in there, and do a self-proposal event. And because self-proposal is about healing. It's about okay. The lady Q said she got a patient. She'll be right back. But self-proposal is about healing. It's what I'm saying. It's about having understanding. But before you have an expectation for someone else, what expectation do you have for yourself? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing on a daily basis. So, like you said, you know, going on self dates, you can't expect somebody else to take you on a date. You don't even date yourself. You don't even take yourself out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can't expect somebody else to call you pretty or beautiful. You don't even call yourself pretty or beautiful. You know what I'm saying? But you have all these expectations what someone else should be doing for you, and you're not doing it for yourself. So let's talk. So let's.
But that's part of like as we discussed, like that's part of you going through that stage where you actually might be depressed, and then you come out of that depression to find out what fills your cup up. Because I kind of see that as filling your cup up. You know, you going on those dates, you finding that love within you. You know what I'm saying? Setting your standards, figuring out what you like, what you don't like, all the types of things that we have to do after being in relationship after relationship, because a lot of people identify themselves based on the person they're with instead of figuring out who they are and then kind of, you know, finding something that fits with that.
For sure.
So it's part of the process.
Hey, you got something in your heart.
There's something in my heart, something in my heart, something in my heart that's got me hooked on you.
I don't know if you ever felt that kind of love where just something in your heart that got you just hooked on this person.
Definitely felt that.
Even if it just hooked, like, you know what I'm talking about, hey, right or wrong. Oh, it got me hooked on you.
See, but I separate those two. Just because I'm hooked on somebody and if they not still treating me the way I need to be treated, I'm still going to separate, you know, the thing. But I felt that.
Well, love
Definitely
is blind.
felt that.
Love is blind.
But is it stupid?
Yes.
It can be stupid too.
Yeah, love is love. Love is blind, stupid, ignorant, brilliant. Love, hey. So, you know, I hate to go back to the featured teacher last week, but you know what I'm saying? But the featured teacher last week, she was teaching us. She said, love is like, love is like a flower. It need the sun and the rain. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it need the sun and the rain.
Yeah.
A little bit of joy worth a whole lot of pain.
There has to be balance.
Yeah, she
I
said
get
a little,
that.
that I don't know what the balance is, but she said a little
The
bit
sun and
of
the
joy.
rain. The balance is both the sadness and the joy.
Yeah, she said, but a little bit of joy, it worth a whole lot of pain. See what I'm
I
saying?
don't know about all that.
See, you ain't listen, gotta understand what she's saying now. Gotta understand what you're saying.
I don't know about all of that. I don't know if I agree with that.
Who said it best? My Eve
Love
said it
is
best.
blind.
Huh?
And it'll take over your mind.
Who?
With Eve.
Eve said what?
Love is blind and it'll take over your mind. What you think is love is true. Wait, hold on. I probably don't got the words right. You might have to play that one. But yeah,
Yeah,
she
tell
breaks
me
it
the
down.
song. I pull it down to tell me the song.
It's called Eve, Love is Blind.
Oh, Eve, Love is Blind. Okay, we're gonna pull it down. All right, so hey, let's finish this song. Cause you know what I'm saying. But hey, but I done been, boy. I'm talking about hey, it's something like man. I'm talking about you ever been heartbroken to the
But
part
that-
where you couldn't breathe?
That 100%, but I think because I've been heartbroken to the point where it like felt like it was destroying me, I walk into it a lot more carefully now. Like I'm very conscious about it now. Where
You got PTSD.
it
You got
could
love
be-
PT. You got PTSD.
It
You got
could,
love
be,
PTSD.
it could be PTSD, or it could just be wising up a little bit, making sure before I fall, I'm making sure it ain't no dips or no cliffs.
Right, it
that's,
love PTSD,
dangerous.
but that's like being in a car accident. I've been in 2 car accidents back to back. Now every time I'm riding past a corner, if I see if a car even inching up on the corner while I'm passing, I kind of, you know what I'm saying? I'm almost
It
there.
probably, it definitely probably is PTSD, a form of it. What you think is love is truly not, and you need to either elevate or evaluate or elevate and find.
Yeah, it'll take over your mind. Love is blind.
What you think is love is truly not. And you need, because even though you're saying that love is all these potentially negative things, If you
Oh.
want to go to the, if you want to, well, you said it's the sun and the darkness, the light and the rain,
I
and all the
said-
things.
nah,
You
I
said the
think-
sun and the rain. You
I
said,
said love is like a flower.
okay.
It needs the
It
sun
needs both
and
of
the
those
rain.
things. So, but this is one of the things. If you want to go back to your Christian Bible, how you described it in Corinthians, what it say? It's patient, it's kind, it's loving, it's all these other things as well. And I think that's what it should be. But I think we sit there and put that feeling that we have as love and attach it. Like there's also lust. There's also many other infatuation. There's also many other emotions that probably have the good, positive, bright and shiny feelings, but it might not be the love. You know what I'm saying?
Street, appreciate you checking in, Street. So now let me get, so now you said, okay, now we're not talking about love itself. Love is like a flower. It needs the sun and the rain. So it needs the elements.
Right.
Now love is still where it's at. Love is not
No,
the
but
elements.
love can be mistaken for other things. Love can be mistaken for lust. It can be mistaken for infatuation. And a lot of times those are the feelings. Like those butterfly feelings are not the thing that you should be chasing. Those butterfly feelings would get you, off that cliff. I think that the feeling that you should be chasing is that calm, that home, that feeling of, security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need security. So hey, let's work through this one, cause let's work through this one. Cause I got something I'm real about.
Okay.
There's something in my heart, something in my heart, something in my heart has got me hooked on you. Something in my heart, something in my heart has got me hooked on you. Yes, and
Yeah, so now that they done brought that up, I am thinking that, like Michelle Chalet might have been singing this song about Dre. You know what I mean? It took her a long time to walk away, and and that's what, for me personally, that's the guy I do not want to be. I do not want to be the guy that, you have to struggle to walk away from. Like if you gotta go ahead, go, like I said, this train gonna keep on rolling. One monkey don't stop no show. But I don't want you to have to struggle to walk away from me. I don't want you to have to struggle to be with me. You know what I'm saying? Now, but I do understand that it's gonna be a struggle. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Cause every situation gonna get battle tested, no matter what the situation is. You know what I'm saying? God gonna deal with you in whatever form He deal with you. Even if you're single and by yourself, that situation you're in gonna get battle tested. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying? Cause you're gonna have to. You know what I'm saying? We want to see how faithful you are. We want to see, you know what I'm saying, would you turn, you know what I'm saying? So every situation get battle tested. So if you decide to come together with somebody and be with somebody, this situation is going to get battle tested. And I just want people to lose this notion of just cause, you know what I'm saying, you come around like the song say, you come around the rough side of the mountain. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's because I want to speak from a personal standpoint right now, cause you know what I'm saying, cause it's some situations that I may be going through personally right now that I feel like, you know what I'm saying, I got, you know what I'm saying, like I'm coming up the rough side of the mountain. But that don't mean I need to stop. That don't mean, you know what I'm saying, so being able to have great discernment is one thing, because, just because it ain't looking but just like the Warriors just won the championship for 2 years, they were down. They had all them injuries. You know what I'm saying? But the management up top then say, you know what, I'm gonna break the team up because you know what I'm saying, we ain't getting the you know what I'm saying. Now they kept the team together. And look what happened. We don't look at the positive outcomes enough. We always look at the past incidents, what didn't work out. But what if it do work out? See, we don't ever, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I said about long, that long suffering thing. You're gonna stay alone long enough, like right before you quit, right before you was finna win. And then you quit, and you know what I'm saying, the 2 more steps, championship, the 2 more steps, victory.
It depends on what type of relationship we're talking about. Like the ones that's worth it, the ones where you guys know you have the same values, you are compatible, and you guys are going in the same direction and want the same things. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying just leave whatever relationship you're in, but I mean, if it is constant just struggle the whole time or constant suffering the whole time, I think either you need to heal that suffering or you need to kind of just let it dissolve, or at least, or even just walk away. And like Danielle said earlier, you need to be like work on yourself so that you can come back to the relationship and it be what you need it to be, or what, you know what I'm saying, something healthy.
Yeah, right.
But I agree that I know that there's definitely, you know, moments in relationships that get challenging, that gets difficult. Like there is nothing perfect. I know that and I get it. But you definitely have to be able to discern the difference between something that's worth pushing through and something when it's time to kind of walk away. And I think some people have a difficulty like deciphering between the two.
Yeah, we do have a time. And then sometimes, now I'm speaking from the male perspective now. Sometimes we come and present ourselves, and we be for real. You know what I'm saying? We be for real. And there's not a lot of songs that really deal with how for real we be when we, you know what I'm saying, when we pick a woman, we choose a wife, or we choose a mate, and we choose to be with you. And not saying we were going to be perfect, we're going to do everything right, but we chose you. And we chose you. And I chose to try to get it right with you, you know what I mean? Whatever, you know what I mean? You know, so sometimes, like the song said, I hate to go back to the last week. Feature teacher said, don't blame Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie is just a man, and he's doing the best he can. You know what I'm saying? She said, if you learn this secret, how to forgive. If you learn this little secret, how to forgive. So, you know, man, forgiveness. People keep talking about communication, but I think forgiveness is bigger than communication in a lot of instances.
The problem that I have with forgiveness, like I agree with, I understand patience when it comes to relationship, and I do to a certain extent understand forgiveness, but you have to make sure that the person that's asking for the forgiveness is actually like making behavioral and action based behaviors to change, you know, because somebody can't keep saying they're sorry or, you know what I'm saying, apologizing for stuff that they keep doing wrong, because I understand we're all human. Mistakes will be made, but if it's at the expense of me always, or if it's at the expense where it's to the detriment of our relationship and what we're building, or me, or, you know, stuff like that, that there comes a point where people have to take accountability, you know, for what it is that they do or choose not to do. And also make sure that they're being the person that the woman that they've chose, they have to be the man that she needs, as well as, you know, vice versa. But you can't just, I don't know, I think some guys kind of expect, women are always put in the position to always be the forgivers or take the man back or be understanding and all of these things. And a lot of times there's many women that do that, but I think men tend to disrespect those women after they continue to take them back or continue to forgive or continue to do all these things. Their respect for them kind of diminishes over time, where they believe they can do whatever and still get that forgiveness. So it's like, to me, I feel like at this point, you probably got 1 or 2 times for me to be patient and understand your mistakes, but after a while I'm going to assume that this is just your character.
Right. So, you know what? I hate to give the stories, but I'm a storyteller, and I give, and that's the way I make my points through visualizing these certain stories. And so I remember, 'cause I got my daughters here, what I'm saying. I got both of them here. So, but I remember when my oldest daughter, she was young, and I had a Lincoln. I had this black Lincoln, clean black Lincoln, and I used to try to keep it clean. Used to clean the windows in it and whatnot. And every time they get in the car, they put their hands on the window. And I used to be so upset. I used to be so upset. You know what I'm saying? So I try to put them in the car and put socks on their hand to keep them from touching the window. And when I be so upset, going through this all the time, I constantly have to clean these windows and whatnot. Then I started to realize my relationship with my daughters. I keep being mad at them, putting their hand over something material. Like, sometimes we keep getting mad or we keep finding disrespect. Cause I felt that was disrespectful. We keep finding, because I value these windows.
That's what I was about to say. It's a value system.
So I value these windows, but my daughters didn't. But so my value I have for these windows is more than a relationship I'm supposed to be building with my daughter. So I had to get in check. So then I had to start thinking. I said, you know what? Since I'm a prayer, go talk to God and whatnot, then I said, you know what? How many times, I have to keep going to clean these windows up. Then I had, how many times do I put my hands in something or put my foot on something or put myself in a situation that God got to keep going cleaning it up behind me? You know what I'm saying? And so when we talking about patience and we talking about long suffering, we talking about fairness, and we talking about what love is. You know what I'm talking about? See, I had to realize the love I had for my daughter was bigger than the little issue I had with the windows. The love I have for my spouse or your spouse, you're going to have to realize at some point. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it may seem like you keep forgiving them, but you got to realize, though, yeah, you may keep forgiving them, but there's somebody that keep forgiving you. You got a God above that forgiving you, and that person standing in front of you that you think you keep forgiving, but they forgiving you for some things too, and they keep forgiving you for some things.
Right.
So,
I agree with you. I do believe that there has to be a space for forgiveness. But I also believe that if someone chooses not to forgive you, you cannot hold it against them, because of the fact that by me forgiving someone or by somebody forgiving someone for things that they've done to them, that is, they have to position themselves where they're willing to accept less. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So you can't keep, like, people, you got to give people that space to be able to, do what they need to do for themselves. But it's like also understanding that if this person chooses to forgive this mistake, because understand that everybody makes mistakes. Like, I've been in situations where, I have people that had to learn how to love me. Like, they had to learn what it is that I needed. And so they weren't perfect. Like, they weren't perfect in my eyes, or they didn't do things the way I needed it to be done. But at the same time, that's where that communication came in, and also that patience with the person while they learn. Now, there's some things that some things that are like a matter of patience, but then there's some things where people make a conscious choice. They think about it. They make a conscious choice and say, I'm going to choose to do X, Y, and Z instead of this. And in that instance, they still want respect after they made this conscious choice. And I know part of it is still learning your lessons and learning things and stuff like that. But whether or not that requires the same type of patience and forgiveness as something that's like, okay, I just don't know how to love you the way you want me to love you, it's a difference. And I can think it goes based on people's like values and things like that. But I don't know. I completely get you though.
and Latoya say, I guess me telling my story, that remind me of my daddy. And it was funny to me because that's what people call me, my daddy. That's my name. Hey, that's my name. People be like, hey, my daddy. But I know, but maybe next week or whenever we can get into my daddy conversation, because, what I'm saying, because we got to talk about insecurities and all that stuff that really affect and destroy relationships. You know what I mean? It's too many insecurities that we have. So, but that was funny. She said, my daddy. That's what people call me, my daddy. But I got another song here that I want to break down some of these lyrics if we can. Okay, Latoya with the child and adult again.
Yeah, she said that's a child, not an adult. Forgive doesn't mean stay. Forgive doesn't mean consequences don't come along. You can forgive and still do what's best for you or what's best for your family.
Right. So, and I'm glad she said consequences because sometimes, um, just how you forgive a person, they do believe that they do not supposed to pay any consequences.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying, but consequences, it ain't the fact I don't love you, it ain't the fact I don't want to be with you, but consequences, and that's probably how we got here, is because you've been doing things and it hadn't been no real consequences. And you've been getting away with things and it hadn't been no real consequences. So, and that's how you about to mess this relationship up. That's how you about to lose this. This how you about to lose your good thing. So sometimes consequences, consequences for the right person is a good thing. That's why they call jail the
But it's
correctional
not. But
facility.
she's saying that you're not dealing with a child. I feel like you can keep giving consequences, but I feel like a man at a certain point, like, why do they keep requiring consequences without realizing their behaviors is causing an issue in the relationship?
Because the consequences they paid wasn't heavy enough. See,
I know, but why do you have to play? To me, that still kind of goes back to what we were talking about before with games. Like, you know what's right and wrong. Most people know what's right and wrong,
See,
but
you
they
trying
still
to be
choose
judged.
to.
that's
No,
part-
no, I'm not trying to be a judge. I'm just saying most people, like, if you're walking into a relationship and you're getting in, you do something wrong or you do something that hurts the other person that you're with, and say she's giving you, like, what type of consequences is required for you to learn your lesson instead of you just knowing that what you're doing isn't okay
Yes,
or it's hurting
sometimes you
her.
can't teach them what they need to know. It wasn't meant, maybe it wasn't meant for you to teach them, but the level of the consequences, seeing what people do. So okay, a man come into your life and he do something wrong and he hurt you. You be like, you know what? I'm gonna show this nigga. He can't say such, and then then you set out for vengeance. And so, and that's where you wrong at. You can't set out for vengeance. See, that's where you wrong. See, that was when y'all trade places. Now, when you go to vengeance, so now it just wasn't him wrong. Now you wrong. So now it's wrong on wrong. So now you have to be able to, like whatever consequences come with that. Like if a person go in the store and steal something, it ain't your job to arrest them and go and to take them home and you lock them in your bedroom and you.
No, but he knew it was wrong to steal in the first place.
Right. So, but that's somebody else's job. They're gonna come. You call the police and they come. They arrest them and they put them in the jail. You don't arrest them. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying. So now and then you can have a conversation with them when they get out of jail and say, hey, you know what? That was wrong. What you did. Now, if they still be like, I wasn't wrong. See, now you dealing with a different person. You'd have been arrested for it, everything. You still say you not wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But
Like,
even if the thing I'm trying to get at is the fact that the person that stole in the first place don't need to be stealing. Like, why they stealing in the first place? Why do I need to sit there and give them a consequence before they do what they need to be doing in the first place? Not stealing, like.
right. So they stealing because they've been stealing because they been getting away with it. But we're talking about consequences, Latoya. We done got on your subject talking about the consequences. I think people should pay. Like when you do something, I think the consequences come. Whatever you do, the consequences could come with that. You don't have a choice in what those consequences are. You just only have a choice in what you do. But what happens after that is out of your control.
Well, let's bring it back to a relationship scenario, kind of where we were before.
Right.
The fact that, say for example, if you're in a relationship and the guy steps out and gets some women's number or whatever, or vice versa, and you come home and you're taking care of his laundry or whatever, and you see these numbers, or I know it's not like that no more, but whatever,
Right.
it's in the phone, or you going through their account and you see these different DMs or whatever it is. And then you sit there and you question him about it and he's like, oh, my bad. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's a mistake or something that he wouldn't want to, you know what I'm saying, get consequences for. But at the same time, like, why do you have these things
Okay, so what would be the consequence? Okay, if you came home and you was in that situation and you were doing the laundry and you found these phone numbers or you found these DM messages, what is the consequences in your book? What does he need to pay? What consequences do he need to pay?
To me, see, and I don't usually do the consequence thing. I just say, hey, is this what you want to do? Like this, you wouldn't like that if I'm doing this to you. So like, respect the boundaries of our relationship. We said we're not getting people's number. We're not adding more people to the relationship. So why are you engaging with these people? Like, why is that? So I'm just gonna ask the question to understand.
Okay, so after the question, I understand. He was like, hey, well, hey, I didn't think it was that serious. I just end up with their number. I ain't did nothing with them, but I just end
So
up
it's
with
okay if I go out there and get people.
Okay, so now you want to, okay, yeah, it is okay.
It is?
So
Okay,
it
cool.
is okay. I say, you know what? Because now you tit for tat. See, I don't want to
No,
be
it's
with a
not
person
tit
like
for tat,
that.
but it's
See, you so
a
small
matter
to
of
me.
setting the boundaries
Nah,
for
you
our
so small,
relationship.
but I'm just gonna tell you, but you small to me at this point.
No, it's setting the boundaries. If our boundaries for our relationship says
No.
that we are not to get other people's phone
No,
numbers
no.
or not to engage in
You
like that
asked
type
the-
of stuff, then that's what the boundaries are. If you're opening that boundary up or
You asked the question. So
No, but-
listen. So I'm gonna tell you, just like any other person tell you, well, I think they should tell you. See, for you to say that, and I done told you, hey, I just end up with it. It wasn't nothing. I ain't calling it nothing. That just what that just what it ain't nothing. Then you say, well, if I went and did see, but that okay, look. See, on time you got to mention that to me one time, okay? Because that's what you'll see. So now you small to me. So now you go and be small. Now, you know what I'm saying? Because they ain't because the reason I was interested in you because I thought you was a bigger
No,
woman.
but this is the thing. This is the thing. When you come to certain relationships, it's the double standards is the part that I'm not okay with. Because it's like for most situations, if you were to find the same thing in my phone that I found in yours, and then you decided to say, oh well, if I go out and do that, or if you decided to go out and do that, then who's wrong in that situation? I don't think we need to talk about like we're switching the conversation when we start to talk about oh, you don't like the way I said this or how I responded to you doing something wrong. That's a response to the main issue. The main issue is there were boundaries set in our relationship. We said we were not going to sit there and have people's phone numbers or whatever. So with that being said, because I think we are getting kind of off topic a little bit, but I feel like people should know, based on the boundaries that you set, based on that communication we discussed earlier, what is appropriate for a relationship versus what's not appropriate for a relationship. And when people aren't being or honoring what has been set forth for that relationship, those boundaries, then I think that, you can't sit there and say, oh, I made a mistake when we talked about it and you went outside of the boundaries of our relationship.
Yeah, see, but now you move the goal line back because when you presented the case just now, you just said, hey, I found them. You didn't
No,
give up a whole
I
scenario.
set the goalpost has been there. You moved it by saying, "Oh, well, since you want to do tit for tat." No, the goalpost wasn't
Nah,
that for tit for tat.
You
The
never
goalpost.
said you never said you never preface this when you said, hey, you know what? We had a conversation about this, and I came home and I found these phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
We already had a previous conversation. You just said, you just happened to come in, you found phone numbers in a DM or whatever you found. You know what I'm saying? You didn't give a precursor to it. You just said such and such. So I'm just responding to it from the point that you gave it to me right here live on the show.
So let's go back to kind of where we started from, because we just went kind of left a little bit. The whole purpose of this whole conversation right now is to discuss or to talk, because we're talking about like when it comes to relationships, when it comes to forgiveness in a relationship, and the fact that someone is supposed to, like a woman or a man, whoever is doing wrong, supposed to or whoever is not doing wrong is supposed to forgive the person that's doing wrong in the relationship, right? For that long suffering to occur, or for them to continue to maintain the relationship, there has to be the patience, there has to be communication, and there has to be forgiveness, right? So with that being said, for I do believe that people have to be held accountable for their part, the parts that they play that fractures the relationship by going against those boundaries and standards that's set.
Yeah.
I said, don't say.
Yeah. So yeah, she said she
Keep
don't say
pushing.
nothing. She just turned into an investigator.
Yeah, she said she hold those facts and that proof on the side until it needs to come out later on.
All right. So and a lot of women do exactly that. A lot of women do exactly that. So but But however, like I said, that will be tests. There will be tests, like, and for, but I know, like, you have your deal breakers. Everybody have they set of deal breakers. For me, if I'm doing something that, you know, that I'm really not aware of, that is, if I'm doing something I'm really not aware of, is, like, it's a crossing the line for you or putting you in an uncomfortable situation and whatnot. I'm not really aware of it. But then you come to me and you present it to me like, hey, well, what if I was doing this? Okay.
So those are two different things we're talking about, because you're talking about the fact that there aren't things that we know. Like, there's stuff happens and you don't know my boundaries or deal breakers. That stuff, yeah, that can be forgiven, or that's where the patience comes in, where it's like, okay, he don't realize these things about me. But in terms of, like, you guys having a conversation and you guys know the boundaries of a relationship, you know what I'm saying? And those things are violated, that's the part that I'm kind of coming in from, where it's like, you know better, but you don't do better type situation. Or you try to, some people might play dumb or be like, oh, I ain't know. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
you might not know. But you in a relationship, and you might not, but you might be in a relationship, but the other person ain't in a relationship.
That's where honesty comes into play and communication comes into play, though. There shouldn't be a misunderstanding where, in terms of who's in relationships. And I know there's a lot of them out here right now where a lot of people talk situationships, or, they're in a relationship, this person might be. But I think that's part of the problem. I think people need to be more honest with people and straight up, so that there's no miscommunications, instead of playing the games like we were talking about earlier to try to get what you need to get out of the situation. Just be real. Stand in your shit.
Hey, Jim Jones checking in, man. I appreciate you checking in, homie. So, man, I'm talking about I'm talking about me and LL going hard today, man. I'm talking about, look, it ain't no let up in here.
Yes.
Hey, I'm standing on all 10 around this camp. So, but back to a point I was making earlier, sometimes we do mean what we say as men. We do mean that, we do mean it. And we don't have a lot of songs that really express what we be saying. But this one of them that I think that kind of express and capture what's going on.
Baby, you don't understand how much I love you, baby, and how much I wanna be your only man. Oh, baby.
Hey, you hear what he said? You hear what he said?
Go ahead, what'd he say?
He said, I don't think you understand how much I want to be your only man. You know what I'm saying? So, like, oh man, like.
So you think that you're saying that there's a lot of guys that only want to be, well, of course, they only want to be the only guy out there, the only one for that one woman, right? Is that what he's saying? All right.
Baby, you don't have to go. Stay a little while longer, baby. I wanna talk to you just a little more. I see the little tears in your eyes about to fall. You are wondering if I'm for real. But if you cry, I wonder why you cry. I tell you, no
wonder why you're crying.
Baby, I'm Baby, I'm
Hey, baby, I'm real. You hear what he's saying? He say, baby, I'm real. Not for real. He say, baby, I'm real.
Yeah.
And if you want to know the truth about it, see what I'm saying? See, hey, we
Go ahead, hit that note one more time.
Hey, and if you want to know the truth about it,
Go
hey,
ahead.
nah, that's not the platters. Them called the originals. These are the originals. That's their group name.
But if you want to know the truth about it, girl, I just couldn't live without you. And that's why I'm professing my love to you. So that I can live my whole life with you. Baby, baby, baby. Never, 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 never gonna leave you, baby.
So that one of my ones. So I'm saying, so now if somebody sung that song to you, what they, you know what I'm saying? He said, baby, I'm real. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like this way back before these way back before these rappers talk about they were real.
Right.
He said, baby, I'm real. You know what I'm saying? He said, you know what I'm saying? You just don't understand how much I want to be your only man. You know what I'm saying? He's saying, you know what I'm saying? You don't really know if you want to know the truth about it. Girl, I just can't imagine living life without you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He ain't say I was perfect. I wasn't gonna make no mistakes. I wasn't gonna mess around and somebody gonna give me their phone number and I ain't, you know, such and such. He ain't say none of that. But he said, but if you want to know the truth about it, I can't imagine life without you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so this truth to see, you know, sometimes you have what you want. It just ain't in the form that you wanted in when you got it. So that's where the long suffering come in there. Because sometimes you've been prayed and you've been to ask God for things, and you said, you know, I want me a Russell Wilson. You know, like, but I feel like old boy say, you know what I'm saying? Look, I can't be your Russell, but I can be your future.
I'll pass.
I can't be your Russell, but I'll be your future.
One of many.
But you know, but you done prayed for what you got. It just wasn't in the form that it.
I can understand that. I can understand that people take time to, you know, you got to put it in the oven a little bit longer. Got to cook a little bit longer before it's ready for you. I can 100% agree with that, and I get that. But I think the problem that I have is that if during the time that they're still cooking, you know what I'm saying? If they're causing pain, resentment, and all the other stuff, I don't know. I wonder whether or not it's worth it, because after he becomes that better man, after putting her through a lot of stuff, he may not have the same woman he came into the relationship with, because she's now having to go through all these, you know, healing, PTSD moments, you know, tears, frustration, resentment, all the things that comes with her sitting and waiting and being patient for him to figure things out.
Right. And then she goes and try to move on to the next person.
When a woman's fed up.
Right. And then she then she taking this new guy through the drama because she got PTSD. And she done made, and you know, and this man had became a better man with her instead of her figuring out. So now he gonna have to go on and be a better man with somebody else, and whatnot.
So you're saying it's a whole cycle that keeps going.
And hopefully he don't get a scorn woman that don't know how to appreciate the better man that he is at this point. And so yes, it does.
It's a cycle.
It does be a cycle. You know.
But it would be better, like we talked about from the beginning, is if both people worked on themselves until they're ready to enter into a relationship instead of trying to hold on to someone. I think you asked last week about somebody, like when people try to put someone on ice because they're not ready for the relationship yet. So they'll sit there and say, hey, I'm not ready, but I want to be with you. I know I want to be with you. I think you brought this up last week,
Yeah, I
right?
did.
Yeah. They want to be with you, but they're just not ready to settle down and kind of get into gear yet. And a lot of times, you could wind up missing out and that person's not willing to wait that amount of time. So
Right.
that's the tough part.
Yeah, if they're not willing to wait that, yeah, definitely, if they're not willing to wait that amount of time. But they have to. That's why I say, they have
That
to.
part. I agree with Latoria over there. That's how I look at it as well. I mean, that's when both people got to go their separate ways. And if they come back around, if it comes back around, then perfect. But if it doesn't, hey, at least somebody else got fed.
But it used to, but it used to be a time where men used to openly, and I think it's getting back to that now, that men used to openly declare their love for
I think
women.
that's necessary, especially if it's honest, because there's a lot of men that say the word "I love you" and they don't mean it, but because they said it, a lot of women wind up dropping their guards and wind up.
Yeah,
I've heard
I'm
stories.
I'm very cautious of the 3 words "I love you," because if you say that, that means that you're saying that you're not gonna hurt me, and no, you're gonna do your best not to hurt me
Yeah.
in no fashion, shape, form, fashion. Not when I hurt your feelings and
They're
now you
committed.
want to hurt me. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to do something to hurt me. See, that ain't love. You know what I'm saying? Cause if I say I love you and you happen to do something to hurt me, I'm that, I still love. See, I ain't finna do nothing to hurt you still, cause I love you. See, cause that's real love. You know what I'm saying? Even if you did something that hurt my feelings, because I love you for real, I'm not gonna do anything in retaliation to hurt you or to hurt your feelings. So when a person get their feelings hurt, you say you love me, but your feelings get hurt over something, then you wanna inflict pain on me. See, I
But
don't consider
sometimes
that
it's
love.
not even a matter of them trying to inflict pain. It's them pulling themselves back so that they're not in a position to get hurt, right? Again. So I don't think it necessarily but that's still hurting the person. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if they pull back,
Right.
I mean, in that sense, see,
But that's
totally
them
different.
protecting them.
But that's what I right. But I get that part. See, if you pulling back, you see, cause you have the right to protect your peace. Like I was going back to peace. So if I did something that hurt your feelings and you pull back, and now even though you pulling back may hurt me, but that wasn't a intentional thing. You just trying to protect
Right.
your peace, and I got, so I got to deal with the ramifications of my actions, and in that sense. But
then
if I
part
do
of that
something-
woman pulling back might be her potentially opening herself up to other.
Okay, but that's fine.
relationships.
But I'm saying, but if I do something to hurt your feelings, then all of a sudden now you want to call me out my name, and you want
Yeah,
to
I
do
don't
other
agree
stuff.
with that, calling
and you
people
wanna
out
do,
their
you
name.
say you want to do other stuff, or you want to bring up, or you want to say, well, I'm gonna go find me somebody else to be with then. And so you trying to hurt. See, and I don't consider
No,
that to be love.
It doesn't have to be that they're trying to
Yeah.
hurt. Like the way that I walk into most situations is the way that I'm in my singlehood right now, kinda, is that, I know kind of who I am. So it's like, it's not about me trying to hurt someone else. I don't do anything based on that other person. I'm doing it based on, okay, this is what I need to move forward, or to continue feeling like, I'm being taken advantage of, I'm being disrespected. If I'm giving all this stuff and I'm loyal, the same thing that Aretha said earlier, I'm giving you all these types of things. All I'm asking is for respect. And if she can't get that respect based on him making whatever mistake he needs to make, maybe some woman probably will stay loyal and stay down and be, allowing that to happen. I'm not necessarily that woman where I'm going to allow myself to be disrespected. So I'll probably pull back and, shift gears the way that is necessary for me not to feel disrespected, or for me not to be
Most women just
in that
need,
space.
Most women just really need to be with themselves, because they want this unrealistic amount of respect that's not out here.
It's not unrealistic.
Yes, it is. So when you look at
Respect is unrealistic.
Respect is very real. Respect is due to a dog, but this unrealistic, because you know what I'm saying, because women say whatever value they gave themselves, and you think
No,
that
like whatever value I put on myself, nobody can tell me that my value that I put on myself that I deserve is wrong
That's what you
or
tell
is
yourself.
over.
No.
No, because if a guy comes to me and they don't think that the value I put on myself is worth them paying that price, then that's not
No.
the guy for me. There's going to be a guy who actually puts value on me the same amount that I put on myself, and they're willing to step up to be that
Okay.
person. And if not, then that's perfectly fine. But I'm not going to lower my standards
Okay.
and my respect for myself that I require for myself so that I can fit into someone else's
So,
box of what they're
what is a
willing to
noun?
give.
What's a noun?
What's the what?
A noun. What is a noun?
Person, place, or thing.
A person, place, a thing. Are you a person?
Where we going with this?
I'm just saying, are you a noun?
I want us to go ahead and get to the
But
point.
you're a person. Right.
Sure.
You're a person, place, a thing. I mean, so you can put your price on whatever noun you want to put it on. So you can put your value, put value on whatever noun you want to put it on, whether it's the laptop, whether it's your car.
Right.
But when you put your value, but now you a house. Now you say this laptop here is worth $30,000, and you put the price on it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, you may find that what's the likelihood somebody gonna walk and pass their laptop and say, you know what, I pay $30,000 for this laptop.
So when I make the comment that I made, what I mean by that is, and we talked about this earlier, while I do want love, while I do want that relationship, it is not a requirement for my life and for my happiness. So if someone is not able to give me those things and meet those requirements that I've put forth, or that respect factor, or that value I've put on myself, if there is nobody there to meet that, then I'm not lowering myself in what I require for myself to fit and to have that. Like, that's not gonna happen.
Right. So laptop, I value this laptop. It got a sentiment. This laptop is worth $30,000 to me.
Right.
And I say, hey, LL, look, you need a laptop. You should buy this one. I need $30,000. Well, what you gonna say?
I'm gonna say no. I don't want that laptop.
Why not? It's worth $30,000.
It's not worth the price that you're asking for.
Well, it's worth 30. But I'm telling you, but you can't tell me the value of this.
No, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna buy it. If you get somebody else to buy that laptop, then perfect at that price. Now, like I said, with women or people setting their boundaries for their respect, they might have to go without if their value is too high, or they might have to learn to adjust it appropriately if they want somebody to kind of buy that value or buy into that value. But I'm not willing to sit there and drop it because I know what I'm worth.
Yeah, I know
If someone else don't know what I'm worth, or if they're, because I do know, some people might put a little bit more, I don't know, I won't even go into that part.
They might put a little more emphasis on certain things, huh?
Yeah.
So they're trying to put a little bit on. So for people out there, we are almost to the hour, and I'm just gonna, you know what I'm saying. So for all the ladies out there that been listening today, all the ladies out there that may be listening later on, you know what I'm saying. This song is from me and every man like me. I want y'all to know one thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh wee baby. Oh yeah.
Hey, you see what Jim's on saying?
What did he say?
Listen to me, please. I remember the year of 1969. I had a woman who was so good to me, yeah. But
Yeah,
I didn't
but-
know how to treat a woman.
No,
in
I get what he's saying,
69.
but I know I'm worth everything I put value on.
All night long. I stayed out all night long with many other women, but I never will forget this one Thursday evening. I decided to come home, and I found my little girl gone. It hurt me so badly. Lord, I cried. Lord knows I cried. I never will forget it. So I called up an old buddy of mine. And I began to talk to him. I said, friend, my baby left me the other day, and my heart is feeling sad.
Yes, it is.
So I asked him, could he tell me something I could try that might get the little girl back? Can I tell y'all what my friend told me? Listen to me, please. He said this.
You don't miss your water until your well run dry. You don't miss your water
No, you don't.
until your well run dry.
So I got on the telephone and called until I found the girl. And I said, everybody makes mistakes, baby. And she said,
But you played too long. She said you played too long.
And I told the little girl these words.
This is what I told her. I stand accused of loving you too much, girl. And I hope I don't have to testify, 'cause I'm guilty of loving you.
Ooh. Oh,
I hope that I don't ever have to testify.
'Cause
Girl, if I do, everyone, they gonna say Big Goo is guilty of loving a sweet girl like you. I know you may belong to another by now.
And
I know I stand one ghost of a chance
Sing it.
but I stand up
on top of the world and say I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, I'm just a victim of circumstance. Just one. Hey, I stand up on top of the world and say I love you. You know, and if you have a special person in your life, don't be afraid. Stand up on top of the world and say you love them, man, because you don't want to be like Marvin Cease. You don't want to be in the play too long. You don't want to be on the phone with your friend talking about, you know what I'm saying, I love her, or I love him. You know what I'm saying? Get past your egos, get past your personal conflicts with yourself, and get past your past so you can live safely and healthy in your future. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So I hope y'all learned something today from the sparring match.
Yes, yes.
I did. LL, Lice and Lens, you got any last words for the people?
Not really. You know, I think we said it all. We left it all on the mic today.
Yeah, we left it on the mic today. You know, and I like having the heated conversations. Mm-hmm. Hey, I appreciate y'all. Till next time.